Leopin's characteristics appeared on a huge screen. He did not have any specific profession, and his main advantage was agility, although a bright profession was not noticed. All other parameters remained at a minimum level, only one. Leopin stood on stage opposite the statue of a winged girl, and next to him, a guy with blonde hair. At the bottom, the students gathered in the uniform, watching the events carefully. The young man who stood right near the stage began to explain. Leopin's situation is not too good. No specialty is fixed behind him, and all the skills remain at a minimal level. At that moment, Leopin raised his hand and looked forward. Next to him was a young man with golden hair. Leopin froze, staring at the distance, and a cold drop of sweat rolled down his cheeks. The words of the boys were caught by surprise. It turns out that his abilities are not as hopeless as he thought before. Above one of the entrances to the grand construction of Mage's flag. Before you is the Royal Academy of Pioneers, a grand educational institution, recently founded specifically for gifted youth. Here, future pioneers taught skillfully mastering all the subtleties of the use of royal regalia. A whole company of boys and girls in the form gathered on the roof. They were selected from the elected, because not everyone was happy to enter this academy. Especially many newcomers here were from influential and secured families. Low Height came on the stage, the bald man, the headmaster of the School of Negadrin. Taking a microphone in his hands, he solemnly announced that he was the head of this institution. Next, an important ceremony will be waiting for the students, which will help you better understand what they are capable of. A slender man with thick dark hair was visible near the director, obviously the teacher. A friendly smile was changed on his face, and his hands were fussy each other. A girl who was tenderly held in the palms of the ball stood next to him. The boys, including Leopin, were closely watching the events without missing a single word of the director. The manager explained that this ceremony will be a key test where everyone will have a chance to prove their talents. The result depended on whether they received important financial support, a scholarship. Leopin took the first step in studying, entering the 20th grade. With a look full of hope, he realized that the real life in the walls of the Academy of Pioneers is finally starting for him. Leopin recalled the faces of the girls who were near him, and realized each of the new people could have no less beauty than those who were glory. Having looked at the scene, he firmly decided he would make every effort to take a brilliant exam at this academy. The teacher lifted the microphone, easily dropping one finger. Smiling, he solemnly announced that he would be today the leading ceremony. The first to come to the stage, those whose names will sound from the stage. Leopin's gaze lingered on a sophisticated statue of a winged girl who gently held a crystal ball in his palms. According to the story, if the boys put their hands on the sculpture, their status will be laid out on a transparent crystal plate. Leopin, finding himself in the thicket of the crowd, was clearly aware that he belonged to the smallest and last of the 20 school groups. Suddenly, a fair-haired guy approached him. He corrected his glasses with an elegant gesture, and, barely holding back a lively interest, asked Leopin's status. Leopin returned to Blondin, pointed to him, and said in surprise that he rarely happens to see Weiss so uncertain. Leopin himself was in the middle circle, where people are assessed primarily for sports success. The student was quietly approaching the sculpture of the winged girl, gently touching the palm of the ball. At the same time, Leopin was constantly arguing that he was accepted solely by the amazing agility of his hands. Weiss carefully removed the medallion that always carried around his neck and showed him Leopin. He explained that he never parted with this amulet, so Leopin should not humiliate himself so much. Looking at the mascot in the hands of Weiss, Leopin remembered warmly how he once did a few such charms and gave them to the boys fortunately. Leopin recalled the day when he was among his friends, he handed them out those distinctive medallions. Some already wore them on their neck, while others carefully sorted their fingers, examining small patterns. Friends sincerely thanked Leopin without hiding his admiration with his talent. On that day, Weiss stood out among the boys. His neck glittered an unusual medallion. One of the girls noted that this decoration is best suited to them, because they all study under one roof. On this, Weiss just smiled, and said confidently that they will certainly become the best in the classroom with Leopin. On the face of Leopin, a smile shone when he remembered how the boys promised not to divorce even within the walls of the academy. Looking at the medallion, Leopin confidently thought, with them, they can overcome any trials. Weiss gently put his hand on Leopin's shoulder, smiling in an encouraging and saying, "Everything will be fine. Leopin untied the tie around his neck, so a light smile broke out on his face. It was at this moment that the boys came to voices. Students from the 20th grade were already starting testing. Weiss raised his hand and met with Leopin. Clearly stating his intention to accept the challenge, he confidently stepped on the stage. Stopping before the statue of the winged girl, Weiss carefully reached out and touched the sphere that quietly lay in her graceful palms. At the same moment, a table with the characteristics of the sage unfolded before the audience. His intelligence struck. Almost all indicators reached a maximum level of 100 points. Particularly distinguished was the unique ability with the name Divine Wisdom. The boys were captured by Weiss. They were surprised to follow his every movement. Without holding back the curiosity, they began to whisper, which probably belongs to the elite of the magicians. Its characteristics were strikingly high. Almost everyone reached 100 marks, while in ordinary people this figure was barely 10. Weiss made a truly unforgettable impression. He was so impressed that he hurriedly began to pull his hand out of her hair. The director, along with always an agreement of the teacher, was in a real delight. They noted that the character of Visa is just wonderful, and now the school can count on heavy support. He sat down, spreading his hands to his sides, and with a smile noted that it is better for the boys to leave their ovations for others. Weiss with enthusiasm put his hand forward, loudly shouting that even at the 20th level of his abilities, he would not refuse to present all his unsurpassed friends. His medallion, picked up by a lively movement, rapidly climbed into the air. Weiss reached out to the very heart of the crowd, inviting Leopin to climb the stage. The boys standing next to him were immediately interested in looking at him. A fair-haired young man put his hand on Leopin's shoulder, warning that his time to go on stage. Leopin met him with his eyes and nodded silently, as a sign of consent. Nearby was a girl who sincerely wished him good luck. In both neck, medallions glittered. Leopin rose to the stage to Weiss, and they shook their hands sincerely. Weiss assured a friend that he would always be near, so there was no reason to excite. Holding the medallion in his hands, he announced loudly, "Leopin is a real master in all high." Leopin approached the statue with the ball in his hands and gently extended his hand forward. At this point, the restless Weiss reassured again and again. While the pendant belongs to Weiss, their friendship will remain unbreakable with Leopin. Now it is a moment for Leopin to show their true opportunities. Leopin lifted his eyes and realized that his anxieties were in vain. Reliable friends will always remain nearby, and the invisible connection between them is strong and unbreakable. In a moment, the Leopin gently touches the ball that rests in the palms of the statue. A table with the characteristics of Leopanda is in front of all. He has not yet chosen his professions. All its indicators are equal, each is equal to 1, unless one exclusive skill is taken into account. Against the background of the rest of the abilities, its agility is distinguished. An impressive figure of 2,000 points. Noticing the unexpected talent of the opponent, Leopin struck. He involuntarily pulls his hand away from the ball. All the guys around them, they have not seen similar abilities, and could not understand that it was not an illusion. Leopin looks at Weiss at the moment when he removes the amulet from his neck without any hesitation. A gift from Leopin himself. Weiss rugged the amulet donated to him by Leopin, and showing unusual stubbornness for himself, threw a decoration down. Without delaying, he began to trample her feet fiercely. Leopin froze from a surprise shocked by the unexpected behavior of Weiss. When Weiss finally crushed the amulet, he returned to Leopin with a light, casual smile. Then, contacting everyone, he solemnly announced that it was time to distribute his extraordinary friends among boys. The first in this list was Masan, a real giant of strength and courage. Weiss stood on stage, crossing his arms on his chest and smiling noticeably. He was approached by a chunky mason, who began to consider Leopin with interest. Feeling anxiety, Leopin appealed to Weiss to give him a moment for preparation. Along with the boys rising up the majestic statue of the winged girl, Masan grabbed Leopin for his shirt. His gaze became unbearably harsh. He categorically ordered to retreat. Leopin frozen in the air, stunned by an unexpected event. A moment of hard expectation, and the Masan sharply pushes it to the side. Clouds of dust are raised around, covering everything around. Leopin sat on the cold floor, leaning his back against the wall, and tried to understand that was going around. A fresh scratch was red on the cheek. With his gaze room, he noticed that the amulets who had recently presented classmates were no longer on their neck, as if they had fallen through the ground. Still remaining unnoticed near the wall, Leopin thought he guessed that the boys probably were already actively discussing this strange find. Clouds slowly flew over the roof of the academy. Standing with a microphone in his hands, he started a speech. Despite the fact that some of the students have not yet achieved the required level of skill, the event has come to an end. And now he wanted to pay attention to the talents of each class that was presented today. Standing in front of the scene, Weiss raised his hand. He urged everyone to stay, because he had to declare something important. Holding the microphone, so with a surprise he met this gesture. He was not ready for such words from Weiss. Weiss, without lowering his hands, spoke. Before they distribute the boys by rating, he has another idea. The boys were already bought around him, listening closely to his every word. Leopin was sitting nearby. On his cheek a clear clash should be clearly visible. He did not take his eyes from Weiss, who, mysteriously clamped, corrected the glasses and noted, "Yes, they really in the 20th grade." Then Weiss raised his hand and solemnly announced the future ceremony. Leopin, looking at the Weiss, immediately realized the boys were seriously set to get rid of him. Leopin became acquainted with a stranger, a white-skinned man, accompanied by a group of people with black patterns on the body. Weiss suggested that if the class decides to remove it, he will go to special preparatory courses. Weiss smiled cunningly, lightly touching the glasses, and said that they should strive with the boys. He emphasized his understanding of the circumstances, noting, "The true meaning of the exclusion is not to allow the team to lose high positions in the rating." The solid darkness reigned around, as if the rule of exclusion pursued me throughout the school life. But the deduction simply during the entry ceremony is rather a rare exception, not a mandatory event. "So, we begin the vote," he proclaimed. And right away all the guys, without delaying, raised their hands up. His cheeks were surprised, because he did not even expect such unanimity. Everyone supported the offer without any hesitation. He swallowed his hands in all directions, laughed at a full voice, and then, mysteriously smiling, reported that Leopin had prepared a special test. Leopin, pressing against the wall, thought that there is nothing wait for him now. Having gone on the stage, he raised his hand, leaning to the microphone, and announced that the issue of exclusion was already closed. Now, the moment has come to announce the names of the classes, so I asked all the guys to listen carefully. 5 leaders appeared on the board. The classes were in order from 1st to 5th. The first position confidently took 11th grade with rank C, followed by the 19th grade, which won the rank B. The third stage was divided among themselves. 7th and 20th grades, both received the rank of C. Seeing the results, he exclaimed into a microphone that he could not believe he saw. The 11th graders triumphantly took first place. Second-class students, including Ms. Monika's holidays, also won. Weiss, focusing on the chin with his palm, stared at the table with results. Behind him, the boys, having checked their achievements, confessed that 5th place upset them more than they expected. Weiss mumulating under the nose that they made only C, although they expelled Leopin from the class, and all because of another's ineptitude. The girl watched carefully for the concerned Weiss. "Well, turn a little away and turn to the microphone. You imagine as if you read the text from the telesouffleur. And here is an interesting news that concerns Mono." For boys there is an unexpectedly pleasant surprise. He climbed into the inner pocket of the jacket, pulled out a roll of paper, and did not release a microphone from his hands. He solemnly announced that in honor of Monokok's debut, the first student she cure will receive a cash remuneration of 10 million yen. After learning this news, the children shone with happiness. They lively thoughts that the amount of 10 million opens significant prospects and gives a real chance to a head of other classes. Weiss, thoughtfully stroking his chin, said he finally understood everything. According to him, he is worthy of this award. If you choose the best money and the most charming girl, then they must be it. While the girl was standing next to the Weiss, Eve suddenly rushed at him. Leopin was comfortable near the wall, leaned with his elbow and thoughtfully supported his chin with his palm. The idea was spinning. These 10 million are definitely not for him. Suddenly he was thrown out of thought. He heard that someone was sounding up. Lifting his eyes, he saw a blonde girl who looked at him a bit. The girl, smiling cheerfully, lifted her palm and humorously reminded Leopin. If he does not recognize her, then she was Monik, with whom they studied together in elementary school. Leopin stamped in her, not believing in his ears. Sitting at the table, Leopin pointed to the girl and reported that her name was Monika. Perhaps it was this girl who called the pox Monika. She looked in his direction. Crossing her hands on her chest, Monika shook her head negatively. Leopin is mistaken, because she has long ceased to be posed. Leopin was vigorously jumped, gladly proclaiming that he finally understood everything. But Monta seemed to be growing up. She looked at Leopin, confusedly and with excitement, and her cheeks immediately flashed with a blush. The boy's words were struck by the heart. Having met Monika, Leopin noted that although they went to different schools earlier, they would now study together. Monika smiled sincerely, leaned closer, and enthusiastically said she was also looking forward to the first school day. Suddenly, Moniko's attention was distracted, and when she raised her hands, she turned to Leopin, worriedly asking how he feels. The girl was genuinely worried about whether something serious happened to him. Touching the wounded cheek, Leopin calmly assured her that everything was well with him. Leopin cast his gaze on the manak, and noted that such wounds are commonplace for her. On this, Monika only smiled cunningly, put her fingers on her mouth, and said that Leopin was always standing on her side. She wondered if he had forgotten it. Monika touched the shame of the cheeks, which suddenly gained a blush. Smiling embarrassed, she explained why she sought to support Leopin in the fight against his injury. Leopin, without deciding to meet her gaze, took his eyes away and touched his wounded cheek. Suddenly, Monika was illuminated by an unexpected thought. She walked through her hands in the face of Leopin, convincingly urging him to stay still, because he is now healing his wounds. Leopin was surprised to look at Monika. Monako delicately stretched her palm to the wounded cheek of Leopin. The girl's cheeks flared up with a blush, and her fascinated look did not break away from the boy's face. She all plunged into an important thing, healing his wound. Her fingers shone, and thin, transparent bubbles began to escape from her hands one by one. There was no trace left of the injury on the face of Leopin. His cheek was still steamed. Touching her, Leopin said with a happy smile that she was feeling fine. Monika gently folded her hands and smiled warmly in response. Monika closed her eyes and shone with a sincere smile. She was fun with Leopin as he feels. Was her first experience of healing. The rays of the sun were gently washed around, and slow clouds floated over the castle in the sky. Monika and Leopin exchanged warm views. Thinking, Leopin looked away. Thinking, why did it suddenly become so silent? The director, the teacher, and the whole school community were frozen in complete shock. They spread their mouths from surprise. Several guys just fell to the floor to somehow realize the incredible. Monika just cured Leopin. The director with the teacher stood as if they were digested. They just did not remain. The deafening screaming swept through the academy, so powerful that the frightened birds broke from the branches and circled in the sky. Weiss has worriedly pushed his glasses on the bridge, exclaiming that it is simply impossible. It is nonsense. Why Miss Monika pay attention to such as Leopin? Meanwhile, Masson approached Weiss and began to explain something vigorously. The boys began to ask him one by one. What is the hasty? Why did he literally exhibit Lubin from the audience? After all, if he remained, they would have a chance of 10 million. Now they demand that he take this guilt. From the herd, his jaws clasped from tension. And then he turned his gaze to the boys again. Weiss waved his hand sharply, almost touching the face of one of the girls. She bounced back, covering her face with her palm, her eyes shone with fear. Annoyed, Weiss exclaimed the order, demanding silence. When the question of the exclusion of Leopin was raised, there was no objection in response. The decision was final, and the way back no longer existed. Monika lifted her palm to his face, focusing on the loud voice of the boy. Leopin stood side by side, absorbed by his own thoughts, looked away. Monika made a step closer. His arm was driving a chin mechanically. It was evident that the reflections were completely absorbed by him. They both wanted to discuss what was happening, but the circumstances did not give them that opportunity. Monika, Leopin, and Moniko synchronously turned to the side from where the noise came from. From there, two girls were in a hurry. One, known as Oneska, tightly squeezed the sword's arms, and the other, in the dark hood, was called Shinobuko. Onesko approached Monika. As soon as Monika wanted to find out what happened to Oneski, as she suddenly said, asking if her help was needed. She stressed excitedly that the first healing of the saint is the event of exceptional weight. UNESCO looked closely at Monika, pointing to Leopin decisively. She, with cold confidence, noted that Monika made mistakes by choosing Leopin for the first healing. From her words, Leopin froze in a complete surprise. Having cast her gaze on Monika, Shinobuko confidently stated that she fully agreed with Onosuku. Many people do not even regret gold for the possibility of using Monika treatment. Monika came forward, stopped in front of Shinobuko, and advised him to be polite with Leopin. Based on her chin on her palm, she threw a negligent phrase about the absurdity of this situation. Next to the boys stood a Leopin and a granddaughter. Shinobuko directed a shrewd look at Leopin and, poking his finger in him, noted that she easily gave him her first healing, although this step was quite careless. Leopin was surprised on his face. He lifted his eyebrows, looking at the girl and mentally wondering what senseless things she says. Monika clenched his fist and firmly noted that Oneska and Shinobuko should behave politely and not allow himself to offend Leopin, because he is a really important person for her. Shinobuko gently grabbed Monika by her hand, and Oneska, hiding her smile behind her palm, advised her to maintain calm and continue to show greater care. At this time behind them was a girl in black. She became confused with her palm, unable to hide her astonishment. All these events were observed by Leopin. The director and the teacher stood, stunned, and fell. Their mouths were opened, but there were no words. But suddenly the idea broke out in the eyes of the director. He carefully studied the documents in his hands, asked the powerful gesture, and finally announced that the moment had come to hand over the honorary award of the monarchy. Yes, he unnoticed his hand behind his back, hiding certificates. Meanwhile, a man near the stage grunted. They say it was possible to hand over many other awards. Leopin thoughtfully honored the nape of his nape, listening carefully to the conversation about school orders. It turned out that magical devices are watching the students everywhere, so the boys are simply obliged to hold themselves in their hands and behave decently. Holding the microphone in his hands, Yes shared his joy with getting acquainted with the boys. He was already going to say goodbye, how suddenly the director intervened sharply and tried to snatch the microphone. Such a surprise noticeably puzzled Weiss. The director gave his hand to his bald fox and, taking the microphone, said that the Academy seeks to obtain golden eggs, students in which patrons see the meaning of investing big money. Those who do not bring any benefits lose their value for the institution and will eventually be excluded. The director of the Academy turned his gaze to the direction where Leopin stood. In his voice he was serious when he noted that young people should be ready for possible consequences and make every effort. Leopin met with the director and immediately realized these words were addressed to him. The manager finished his performance, and suddenly a wide smile blossomed on his face. His baldness seemed to shine the light in the light. The EU stood nearby. His eyes were full of tears, and he said he had no doubt that the words of the director stirred up a real storm of feelings in the hearts of the Academy's students. Hearing from Yes that they are allowed to disperse, the boys were passionate about. After the meeting, everyone expected a gorgeous buffet, located just in the walls of the Academy. But Leopin was not very concerned for a special class student. All this was everyday life. Hearing these words, Leopin was not alone. The surprise was reflected in his face. He spent his hand on his cheeks, thoughtfully noting that in all circumstances, he could not change the situation. Coming out of the huge Academy building, Leopin nervously terminals the nape of the head, while trying to dissolve a too-tight tie that tightened his neck. Leopin slowly eyebrows, looking carefully at the surrounding landscape. Going to thick low bushes, he was surprised to note how empty and unpretentious here. Slowly, as if thinking, Leopin unbuttoned the tie with one hand and carefully removed it. Leopin was comfortable on a round stone nearby, looking thoughtfully into the space. It is here that his own path of the pioneer begins. On this earth, he was destined not only to exist among classmates, but also to cooperate with them, and sometimes to compete with other classes for leadership and recognition. Before Leopin, a button that was hanged in the air suddenly appeared. He decided to restrain himself and not press it. However, it was only easy to touch as a table appeared in front of him. Leopin wondered that he remained alone again. He was worried about why, despite his high agility, he still had no profession. It seemed incomprehensible to him. Leopin carefully studies the table of skills, running through the eyes of numerous cells with all his abilities and characteristics. His attention is suddenly attracted by two special points, those that predict a considerable increase in agility and coordination of movements. Leopin thoughtfully held his hand on his chin. Sleeping on a cold stone, he tried to understand why this mysterious skill remains incomprehensible to him. It was not a round cell that opened Leopin, so both decided that he should find out how this coordination talent works. He was fascinated by the desire to revive the agility, in fact. Thinking about this, Leopin briefly covers his eyelids. For a while, Leopin opened his eyes and noticed the updated information about himself. Health has improved significantly. The agility fell a little. Instead, the experience has grown 1,000 times, and the magic reserves decreased by 1 point. He saw Leopin to break from the stone. He could not believe in his own eyes. Stunned, the guy exclaimed that it is simply unrealistic, because his life force is increased by 1,000 times. When Leopin reigned again in the heart of Leopin, he slowly approached the panel with his own characteristics. With one hand, he thoughtfully supported the cheek, and the other slowly flipped the settings. Thinking a little, Leopin decided to give himself another attempt. Leopin clicking on the Characteristics tab, and its parameters immediately changed. Some of them flew in the twice. Instead, the agility fell sharply, from 1900 to 600. He, without hiding the admiration, studied the updated indicators and felt true joy. Standing in front of the screen, surrounded by his characters, Leopin suddenly heard someone's voice. Someone reported that they had almost arrived. He rotely turned, trying to find a source of sound, but a void reigned around. No living soul. Surprised, Leopin directed his gaze towards the academy. Several young men gathered on the roof of the academy. One of them, fair-haired, put his palm to his forehead, looking into the distant horizon. Suddenly, he turned to his friends, pointing his hand to the other way. "Isn't the loser who was kicked out of class?" The black man lifted binoculars to his eyes and stared at the direction where Leopin was located. After agreeing with a friend, he picked up his idea to arrange a kind of competition. Who will be able to kiss the arrow at the leopard? He feels the taste of victory. Such entertainment will help them to dispel a little and relieve tension. Leopina watched the boys carefully, thinking who would dare the shot. In the end, the blonde accepted the challenge, confidently pulled the bow, and not hiding the determination, loudly stated that he was ready to start shooting. Leopin clearly distinguished the silhouette of the arrow. It looks like it was an unusual ability inherent in him. The blonde with a mysterious smile released the bowstring, releasing the arrow straight to the side of Leopin. At the same moment, the leopard rushed forward and caught her just with his bare hand. Leopin instantly intercepted an arrow that flew rapidly in his direction. It was very surprised. On the roof of the academy, several guys were monitored in the telescope. Noticing how skillfully Leopin caught the arrow on the fly, they could not hide their admiration. This sight stunned them. The boys who gathered on the roof of the academy were markedly agitated and argued lively. In their opinion, Leopin could not catch the arrow with such ease, because he was not even a master of martial arts. One by one they rushed in his direction with sharp nicknames trying to humiliate the boy, and Leopin, meanwhile, closely monitored their reaction, without missing any emotion. Leopin ran a lot of his finger on the edge of the arrow, seeking to understand what happened to the boys. A little embarrassed, he turned the arrow to her master. For a short moment, holding his breath, Leopin sharply threw the arrow towards the academy. She whistled with a whistle, leaving behind a shimmering trace. The arrow with a whistle flew past 3 guys standing on the roof of the academy. Reserve arrows glittered on their belts. One of them, having passed the target, struck a lot into the wall. The embarrassed boys froze in place. Their face was covered with drops of sweat. The fear of everyone, they did not expect such from Leopin. He thrown by the bell with the bell struck the wall behind, clearly demonstrating his power. In an instant, the boys were lying on the floor, and their arrows were scattered around. The room flooded the alarming whisper. Everyone is sure that Leopin managed to throw the arrows back. Is it possible for a person? It goes beyond common sense. Leopin is a real monster. Leopin leaned his palm against his forehead, trying to see the figures that gathered on the roof of the academy. His gaze was opened by a whole group of people who rushed up. He immediately compared this with the situation when you release an arrow in a defenseless crowd. Leopin Kamyanov, without bringing his eyes out of his own hand. In his head, anxiety was cluttered. Is the guys really there, or is his manifestation? He could not hurt where this strange situation came from. Leopin noticed how his agility increased significantly. From now on, his movements have become almost unpredictable. He exacerbated his feelings as much as possible, and the innate ability to concentrate allowed him to impress the target with incredible accuracy, which greatly enhanced his strength. Leopin sat down and straightened sharply, from which he had a strange feeling for a moment, as if the body and mind diverged in different directions. The juicy greens of shrubs and thick trees were buzzing around him. Leopin raised his hand and looked closely at her. Suddenly it seemed to him that his fingers were no longer listened to, as if they had lost their former sensitivity. But he quickly assured himself, "It is only necessary to get used to control the movements, and everything will return to normal." Leopin's eyes flashed with delight, and a sincere smile blossomed on his lips. He was inspired. It really was a miracle. There will be no obstacles with such abilities. Leopin has carefully opened the characteristics table, wanting to explore the skills available to him in more detail. He had the opportunity to use his agility to change his profession. His choice fluctuated between the logger, the ranger, or the master of the axe. Leopin thoughtfully viewed the list of professions, pretending to be what skill should start his studies. Meanwhile, the boys came out of the academy building and crossed the bridge slowly. One of them kept weapons, and the other, covering his face with his palms, exclaimed that it was time to take up for housing. The girl in response suffered, they say. If they did not bring the matter to the end, then they will have to sleep this evening in the open sky. Leopin drew attention to a group of guys of different physique, who, holding axes over his shoulder, went to the forest. One of them confidently reported that he did not intend to spend the night in the yard, because their team is waiting for many more cases. For goodbye, comrades wished them good luck. Leopin turned away on the sound and wondered, if you look at everything sober, then he should first take care of the roof over his head. Leopin called on the screen a window with characteristics, and with a smile began to flip through his fingers skillfully. After a brief reflection, he stopped at the ranger's profession. I am convinced that it will make it best to develop the ability to survive in adverse conditions. Leopin looked on the screen, thinking that this skill is passive in nature. However, its effectiveness was not in doubt. It benefited even without any effort or conscious activation of the owner. Before Leopin's eyes, the multicolored cells that appeared, then disappeared on the screen, were constantly flashed and danced. Going to the front, Leopin gently pulled his gloves. In his thoughts, he pretended that he would definitely need the appropriate tools, knives, axes, and other tools. Leopin dropped sideways, cautiously lifted a stone from the ground. He knew well. Those fragments were truly valuable, that harmoniously combined the strength, hardness, sharp edges, and microcracks. The shape and size were also important, because these characteristics were often decisive. Suddenly, a group of guys with axes on the advantage emerged behind Leopin's back. Their mocking voices were rushed in the air, passionately interested in what he forgot it here. Is it so fervently seeking to find stones? Leopin turned in surprise, trying to see strangers. The dark-haired young man, holding an axe in his hand, approached the tree and smiling quit a joke, which, apparently, Leopin left the quirk. According to him, Leopin would just move away. Leopin himself was silent, looking carefully at the boys, and thought that they could say that he would like him. Leopin raised a stone from the ground, which at first glance was ideally consistent with his plan, although it needed additional processing. He began to grind him carefully against the giant block, in no hurry until he was putting everything in order. In the end, Leopin looked at his work carefully, and noted that a kind knife had come out of the stone. Leopin took a sharp stone and gently cut the thread hanging from the branch. Looking at the find, he became convinced of its sharpness and thought, if you combine this stone with another similar, you can create a good axe. Leopin raised his hand with a homemade axe, solemnly announcing that he was now ready. He had a real forest axe in his hands. At the same moment, the clouds were ripping, and the ray of bright sunlight fell straight on it, emphasizing its figure. Suddenly, before Leopin, a screen has fallen with its characteristics. The level has increased. The young man did not hide astonishment, because he sincerely did not understand what he received such a reward. He did not move his finger for it. Thinking about his own qualities, Leopin discovered a new specialization, a grade, just introduced at the School of Professions. Having mastered it, he instantly raised his agility from 600 to striking 700 points. Leopin was surprised at the screen, struck by a new discovery. He noticed that his agility had flew to 100 points at once. The opinion came into mind that usually after increasing the status increased by a maximum of 5 units. Leopin gladly cast his gaze on the screen, imagining how he could become a real appraiser. The new ability promised to be extremely useful, because it was perfectly suited to its agility. Multicolored butterflies were overwhelmed around the leopard and a flickering screen. While looking at the table of its characteristics, Leopin chose the profession of evaluator. After that, he took the axe, and decided that the right moment came to try a new profession, to determine the true value of the axe, which he made himself. Detailed characteristics of Leopin axe have appeared before the eyes. Its quality reached the mark 10. Due to the numerous bonuses, this axe was far superior to the cutting capacity of the usual iron tool. Its main advantage was precisely in the exceptional severity and force of impact. Not believing his own eyes, Leopin considered the description of the axe. Its properties were surprised even by it. Lifting the tools high above his head, the guy exclaimed her incredible power. Along with him, the students of the academies tirelessly felled trees, hardly breathing the air from fatigue. However, noticing Leopin's admiration, they, though tired, could not restrain interested views, watching him solemnly greet his new prey. Among the branches of the tree, the young people from the academy secretly watched Leopin, looking at him with irony. They seemed fun as he rejoiced in his stone axe, as if he were the most valuable relic. In their eyes, Leopin seemed naive, almost baby. Holding the axe in his hands, Leopin listened carefully to his every word. Leopin was skillfully transformed from the evaluator in the logger, and, using a familiar interface, stopped sideways. At this point, he did not give him the idea. Will these guys remain unchanged, or maybe the day will come and everything will change for them? Changing his path to the logger's business, Leopino confidently approached the tree, squeezing the axe firmly in his hands. But the guys who stood near and followed him barely restrained laughter. They whisked among themselves, catching how fun and awkwardly Leopino looks with this tool. As if he was in fact going to cut down a giant tree. Leopin, dispersing, yelled loudly, and then, focusing all the strength, struck the axe of the striking blow on the tree trunk. In response, a loud crack sounded. Leopin studied the trunk closely, after which he grabbed the axe with new forces. His blows were heard one by one, and soon a hollow appeared in the wood. For a moment, the gorgeous fluffy crown of the tree trembles quietly and began to shake. Leopin noticed as the tree suddenly began to lie down. The huge trunk slowly leaned towards the guys from the academy, and instantly covered the horror. When the tree with a roar fell to the ground, a powerful piercing sound spread around. With a smile on his face, Leopin put his log on his shoulder and went out to the trunk of a fallen tree. The lush green crown lay away, and nearby, who was sitting on the ground, who had frozen standing, stunned young men from the academy. Fear and confusion were red in their eyes. A thick dust risen into the air slowly settled around. One of the boys shouted in amazement that he thought that Leopin had no profession at all. Meanwhile, the leopard slowly, almost insensitive, moved the trunk of a tree that lay fate, aiming to divide it into several fragments. Leopin looked carefully at the wooden rails he made, and immediately their characteristics floated before his eyes. The stock of wood was 10 units, and the quality reached 11. Such material was enough for construction needs. The boys were surprised at Leopin, and the choir exclaimed that such a giant tree was not for him. According to them, they used this tree themselves. Everything that remained Leopin is to go silently and leave the tree alone. Leopin, leaning on his wooden bars, moved the axe on his shoulder and warned the boy to refrain from inadvertent actions, because his whole team watches closely every step. But he had to say it, how young men with arms in his hands, who stood opposite, stopped him sharply and demanded to shut up. The pale from the rage, Blondie assured that they did not threaten them. If they dared to offend someone like a Leopin from a special class, their rating will not suffer. Moreover, for such courage, they can even receive approval. Leopin looked away, and having thoughtfully scratching his chin, suddenly quietly admitted that he did not want to say. His words were literally stunned by the boys. They froze in place, opening their mouths with surprise, not believing what heard. Leopin, carelessly throwing his axe on his shoulder, with cold-blooded confidence announced that they are now full participants of the academy. The boys were too more valuable to their reputation to fans to allow themselves to lose. Hearing Leopin's remarks, the boys rose into a fierce anger. Their faces were fiercely offended. Exploring, they rushed to Leopin, pouring threats and confident promises to defeat him. He advised him to escape if he did not want to regret. However, Leopin stood motionless, quietly operating the axe on his shoulder, and did not show a shadow of fear. Leopin said with a deep sigh that he did not see a different way. Armed with an axe, he opened the characteristics. He thought that opponents may have a great experience in battles, but the change in the profession can be the trump card that will give him an advantage. When the boys approached Leopin, he instantly involved his ability to destroy weapons. With several precise movements, he knocked his weapon out of their hands. Seeing this, the boys froze from the surprise, covered by a real shock. Leopin looked at the boys calmly and focused. His gaze radiated confidence. The fragments of broken weapons flicker in the air. At that moment, he felt like a real martial arts master, revealing his talent in all splendor. The guy got up, full of distrust, and looked closely at their axes. There was no trace left of the blades. He fiercely exclaimed into the depths of the forest covered by despair. Everyone was stunned. No one could understand how it happened. The boys, confused because of everything that was created around, threw surprised views on each other, and, gesturing with their palms raised, tried to find an explanation of the events. They could not get in the way in such a difficult situation, and they were vividly discussed how they could generally give way to a guy such as Leopin. Toma did not hide the surprise. The reaction of Katone caught her by surprise, because she did not expect such an answer at all. The sky above the forest and mountain ranges was littered with smooth clouds. Thou shaped in her own thoughts, Toma began. The boys settled on the ground, plunging into the thoughts of the future. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, a stone axe of Leopin Styx was inserted into the soil. This surprise frightened them to the depths of the soul. The expressions of their faces were the embodiment of genuine horror. Leopin approached the boys and sat down without words. They watched him, in surprise catching his friendly smile. He finally dispelled the silence and wondered if they decided what they would do next. The boys seemed to be stunned. Their faces flashed on their faces, hugging them with ice cold. The boys rose sharply, waved their hands, and covered with tears of their face, rushed to Leopin, pleading forgiveness. Leopin escaped them with surprise, and then he slowly rose and grabbed an axe. A bright glow suddenly exploded above his head, a sign of the level. Leopin looked at the detailed table of characteristics, and was surprised to discover that he had discovered a new profession: carpenter. It pleasantly surprised and pleased him. Considering the drawings with a light smile, Leopin felt like a real master. The craft of carpenter appealed to him. He solemnly connected his hands and confidently stated that he finally decided to start building his own home. Before his eyes, a majestic landscape unfolded. Mountains and forests that surrounded him from all sides. Leopin slightly smiled and slowly rolled his dazzling and white shirt. Changing the specialty and choosing a carpentry craft, he realized that it was time to try to build his own home. The greenish darkness of the forest was noise around Leopin, and he was still in his heart. Leopin touched his chin, looking away. Thinking, he made doubt. It seems that these materials may not be enough, but still need to think about their transportation. He just plunged into thinking how a brilliant idea was in his head. Soon Leopin made a cart of wood. Overweight, the master did not hide his joy about the successful work. Along with the invention, Leopin carefully studied all its characteristics. The quality of the product has reached level 22. This strong trolley will become a reliable assistant in transporting heavy things. Leopin continued to spell over the trolley, considering what had remained all over to cut and bring the necessary materials. Meanwhile, boys from other classes gathered near the academy. Although everyone was busy with their own affairs, they did not lose the opportunity to talk about how they enclosed their territory with this sign. Leopin was walking ahead of the cart that he was difficult to crack under the weight of the wood, which he pulled behind. Listening to the boost conversation, the guy couldn't help but think. He was still strange that each class had received his own plot of land here. Leopin touched his forehead with his palm and looked away. Stopping the trolley, he plunged into reflections. How strange it is not to have an idea where his own plot is located. However, despite this uncertainty, his intuition and observation have become even more acute. Leopin stopped at a wooden plate that served as a special training class. This place was named after the landfill. Leopin thoughtfully considered the old wooden pointer standing in the middle of a narrow path. The plate testified that his possession is located somewhere in the forest. This is what first confused it. Leopin's property was hidden deep in the huts, far from the plots that belonged to other classes. Leopin inserted one of the boards into the ground and froze on one leg, thinking. Although he was fond of creating a variety of things, he was still far away. Leopin knew his fingers in passing and thinking. Although he never built his home, his skillful hands were capable of anything. Barely activating the construction skill, Leopin suddenly rushed forward, rapidly moving from place. Leopin cleverly treated the wood, skillfully turning the logs into neat boards, which he immediately grabbed and attributed further. His hands acted harmoniously. Like an experienced artisan, he quickly made ready-made boards for each other. At this point, Leopin remembered that only today he was able to make a stone axe, construct a cart, and take part in 3 clashes at once. It is impossible not to admire such performance. Leopin was already on the roof of his wooden house. In his hands, several boards dancidly danced. He was completing the final strokes of the roof. Thoughts returned to how many trees had to be dumped for this moment, when his own home finally put. Despite its considerable physical work, he still did not feel the slightest fatigue. Leopin, focused, smiled barely noticeably. He firmly believed his endurance, which reached 200, provides a significant advantage over the rest of the boys. Clouds were calmly sailed over their heads, reflecting in the lush green trees and the mighty outlines of the mountains. Leopin, having fun lifting his palm to his forehead, proudly announced that his home was finally erected. He stood in front of a wooden house that created with his own hands. Leopin carefully analyzed the properties of the house. The quality level has already reached 22. In addition, the home gave the owner 3 additional bonuses for agility and professional skills. The excellent reliability of the house was provided by strong wood, which made it invulnerable to earthquakes, flames, and even the destructive action of time. Leopin leaned his hands on his belt, looked up and said that for the first time in his life, he had done something good. At that moment, someone's voice came behind his back. Leopin turned sharply. Leopin cast his gaze on the girl. The monarch stood in front of him. It is positioned behind, spreading her arms. The macaque froze, not taking a captured look from the house that Leopin built. Her face glowed with a sincere surprise. Monika crossed her hands on her chest, barely noticeably shutting. She said quietly that he was ahead all day, but even now Leopin managed to build such a cozy home. Her face later illuminated the smile, and she added that such news could not but please. Monika enthusiastic fists and glowing with a sincere smile, she frowned her hands, waving them in different directions. She was overwhelmed by the joy because of the victory of Leopin. Leopin himself stood opposite, drinking generous compliments that fell on him. Monika wore fingers and looked closely at Leopin, and then turned her gaze to his home. Leopin only unobtrusively leaned his chin on his hand, and quite calmly threw. If this house has appealed to her so much, he will easily build a similar one for her. Hearing this, Monika could not hide sincere surprise. Monika glanced at Leopin shyly, and her cheeks blossomed immediately. In response, the guy smiled warmly with her. Then Leopin talked about how they would start the construction of her home. To implement this plan, he needed to prepare even more firewood. Meanwhile, in the directorate of the Academy of Pioneers, Biston pushed a stack of papers and confessed that he could not imagine. Leopin was friends with Monaki, who, nevertheless, was able to maintain her purity. The director of Balu was thoughtfully held his hand on his head, and regretted that because of Leopin's tricks, one of the prizes from the sponsors was spoiled. On the table in front of him lay an envelope with a reward, carefully tied with a bright ribbon. With a noticeable anxiety in his voice, he added that if you do not invent anything new, the reward seems to have to be presented with Leopin himself. The manager relaxed in his chair, looking slowly at the cigar lying in his hands. An open book flashed on the table, and a funny figure was visible nearby. The director calmly informed that the new prize was already ready. After that, he climbed into his pocket. He agreed with the decision of the manager. The ominous smile shone down his face as he lifted 2 sealed envelopes in front of all. He solemnly reported that one award would get to the one who will build the most beautiful house, and the other to the one who will first reach a new level. The director looked at everyone, barely smiled at a cunning, restrained smile, and stated that now everything was clear. The awards will finally receive their real owners. ESO in response was no less witty. They say he completely agrees, because there are 20 million at stake. Fluffy clouds floated slowly. Leopin controlled the cart, and the Monika stepped nearby, slowly stepping on the trail. She looked at Leopin and sincerely confessed that she was missing their old conversations. Her candid words were pleasantly impressed by Leopin. Meanwhile, other guys worked hard in the depths of the forest. Leopin turned away with surprise and noticed that the field was underway on this field. Together with Monika, he went to the group of guys who gathered nearby. After suspending his cart, Leopin wondered in his voice, which caused such a crowd of people. Monika stood nearby, laying her hands on her chest and watching the children who gathered around. Leopin and Monika stopped behind the guys who studied a huge boulder. Oneska and Shinobuko came to its top. Leopin with Monika looked at her, unable to hide his surprise. After a short silence, the Onassis confidently clenched his fist and stated in his whole voice that she was genuinely pleased with the initiative of the boys to help build a housing for the Masonics. Nearby stood Shinobuko, thoughtfully touching his chin with 2 fingers. Then Shinobuko, stretching her fingers, supported the words of Oneski and solemnly proclaimed, "Lady Monika will become a future holy princess. Therefore, only she and Oneski need to decide whether this house is worthy of taking Monika." The boys happily met such news and did not hide their admiration. The faces of people in the crowd glowed with genuine joy. They shakily shared the admiration and discussed how each of them was ready to make every effort to build a new home for Monika. Monika glanced at her girlfriend, sincerely confessing that she did not understand what is being discussed. Leopin only scratched the cheek in a confused man, clearly not understanding what a new trick was what girls planned this time. After a short reflection, Leopin suggested that the idea of competition probably belongs to girls and revolves around the theme of the monarchy. Hearing this, Monika lifted her eyes in surprise, and her cheeks took a delicate blush. Understanding the words of Leopin, Monika, with a rapid determination, rushed to Oneski and Shinobuko. Swinging her hands and showing her growing excitement clearly, she persistently claimed that she had nothing to do with this trick. Her head filled the only question: what prompted the girls to organize all this? Meanwhile, Leopin, keeping a close eye on the development of events, did not bring her eyes from Monkey. Leopin began to unravel the rope, which pulled wooden crossbars on his cart. He glanced to the edge of his eye and paid attention. It would be better if Monika allowed the boys to do what they really lied to the soul, because he intends to do so. A dark-haired boy with a bandaged face suddenly exploded, nervous. Turning to his comrades, who also had headbands, he loudly announced that they had come time to show what they were capable of. The black-haired guy noted that if Lady Monika is satisfied, then nothing would threaten their future at the academy. Meanwhile, Leopin disassembled the boards, feeling the circumstances markedly exacerbated. The mine, meanwhile, turned her gaze awkward. After a long pause, the silence broke Leopin, saying that she also plans to work. Monika wished him inspiration and luck. Standing behind Leopin, he kneaded, spreading his hands wide in different directions. And Leopin, meanwhile, completely delved into his own affairs. Laying the boards, Leopin could not keep smiles. Thoughts about how the boys already preferably prepared wood for the house were amazed at him. Manaki class really turned out to be surprisingly cohesive and friendly. Leopin carefully removed wooden boards from the cart, gently folding them on the ground. Monika stood nearby and looked interested in how guys from her class were stealing on Leopin. They whispered among themselves, wondering, does Leopin intend to come together in the competition? The boys in the bandages on their heads began to be fun with Leopin, covering it and mocking it. One of the mockers quit reproach, they say, with this approach: Leopin or a piece of bread will not earn and may not even dream of winning. Friends continued to assure the Miss Me of NKC that she should not worry so much because of Leo. In the end, they knew from the baby. Meanwhile, Leopin studied the patterns on wooden boards, and Monika watched this weird company in surprise. Monika cast her gaze towards Leopin and quietly called his name. He, squeezing a pointed stone in his palm, responded with a confident tone: "Everything is well with him, so you should not worry." Leopin gathered with thoughts, feeling that the perfect moment of acting has come. At first, he decided to involve the professional skills of the carpenter. After focusing, He caused the skill of the artisan and immediately took up the case. He skillfully processed the wooden beam with a sharp stone without losing a moment. The students spread many trunks, exposed, devoid of bark. They bent to the ground, as if we are tired. One of the boys, crossing his hands on his chest, sarcastically remarked that the Monikons would need a real palace. The children were fascinated with the trees that they managed to get. One of the guys was astonished with surprise. His eyes suddenly got into something truly stunning. Quickly mastering himself, he silently pointed his hand towards the palace, and barely holding back his voice, ordered others not to look there. They say what was happening did not deserve any attention. A man with dark hair returns to others and is surprised. Why are all so stunned? After all, only Leopin is engaged in construction. All the guys look closely at his direction, watching how he skillfully collects the frame of the future home. None of them has no idea how he manages to work so skillfully. The boys were surprised to look at the already erected frame of the house without hiding the delight. They argued hotly, convinced that Leopin could not cope with this task on his own. Weiss and Shinobuko, along with others, monitored his work. Shinobuko has admired that the pace at which Leopin works is just stunning. In the right of Leopin, a sharp stone clenched, and his left was holding a wooden board. Friends who gathered around were nominated. Leopin Ude was able to build the second floor. His skill in construction was striking. Even the most experienced craftsman could not exceed his skills. Monkey classmates watched Leopin's actions with surprise and admiration, and in a moment they themselves were on the floor. Impressed and confused, they could not understand how everything happened so rapidly. Over time, a good wooden hut grew up before Leopin, which was striking. Studying her details, the hero noted a high level of skill, as many as 23 units. This building had the same characteristic features as Leopin's own home. Leopin was satisfied with his gaze, and the nose, decorated with a spot of paint, carelessly wiped the back of the palm. Monika, leaning and glowing her chin, looked at the windows and silhouette of the house with delight. A girl with dark hair stood next to the boys, watching everything that happens. Leopin, looking at the house, passionately thought it was a real ideal for Monaki. Throwing the materials that the boys found during work, he came across a rare and high-speed movie wood, exactly what he was so lacking. In the meantime, the Mako could not look away from the house, fascinated by her appearance. Manaki embarrassed her fingers, and her cheeks were trimmed with a gentle blush. She was gratifying with sincere gratitude. She admired that she simply did not find words to express Leopin her gratitude, because he created this amazing home for her, which she is still difficult to believe. As she was asleep, Monika sincerely confessed that she had no idea to receive such an unexpected gift from Leopin. Leopin, admiring her reaction with a slight smile, added that for him a real pleasure to watch her sincere joy. Suddenly, Monaki's gaze stops at something unusual. She turns to Leopin, who stands among the group of boys, and notices a stain on his face. Monaki proposes to help him wipe dirt, but Leopin is easy to assure that all is well. Their conversation is listened to the surrounding ones, and they are surprised to die with wide-open mouths. Leopin carefully put her hands forward, letting Manik understand that she should not approach too close, otherwise she risks feeling the sharp smell of his sweat. In response, Manako, playfully pressing a homemade raft, laughed and assured Leopin that Pete only proves a true master of her business. Monika was gently handled with a handkerchief on Leopin's face, wiping it. In her smile, sincerity was playing, and then she confessed that she always felt affection for the smell of human sweat. Leaning closer, the girl tilted her head on his shoulder, closed her eyes, and confessed that such a gesture had of particular importance for her since childhood. Monika opened her eyes wide, and a feverish blush fled on her cheeks. She jumped sharply from Leopin, forcing her care for her carelessness, because this behavior was completely tactful. Leopin, somewhat stunned, stared at her confused face with interest. Monika, hiding her face in his palms, rushed to the side. Leopin, stunned by a surprise, only silently watched her silhouette. Some of the audience wondered if everything was fine with Miss Monika. Leopin took his eyes confused because of a strange, incomprehensible Monika behavior. It was at this moment that he built a sudden guest to the house, which he built himself. A guy with blonde hair and glasses stopped in front of the house. His name is Weiss, A first-year student from the 20th grade. Students from different classes were raging around the house built by Leopin, with admiration of his creation. Leopin himself stood side by side. He kept one hand in his pocket, and the other thoughtfully rubbed his nape. Weiss, having corrected the glasses, said with dissatisfaction that it was difficult for him to believe that this house was really built by Leopin. After all, there is no specialty in that. If this is true, then why does it, one of the most intelligent in the entire academy, spend their strength on architecture? Weiss carefully examined every detail of the treated wood and checked the mount. After a meticulous examination, he was surprised. He watched the guys who tirelessly collected the monicons. Suddenly, Weiss exploded with indignation, with a loud dissatisfaction, stating that for some reason the dwelling, built on his plan, turned out to be completely unsuccessful. Several guys behind the back of Weiss cast interested views on the house that lifted Leopold, and the choir confessed, "The home is really impressive." Weiss turned to better catch their conversation. The young man in the dark hood, like everyone else, opened his mouth with surprise, not believing that Leopin built such a house on his own. Weiss, squeezing his teeth with anger, watched with anger. The boys were passionate about Leopin's talents. A girl who was holding a rope appeared in front of a woman, and was passionate that they were building a house. She told Avisa about the reasons for such a striking difference between their dwelling and Leopin's apartment. The girl wondered whether Leopin was worth expelling. At this point, the Visa ordered everyone to silence. He lifted his glasses on his nose, confidently pointed his hand forward, and slightly raising his voice, proclaimed that his wisdom gave him absolute correctness. In his opinion, their shack looked so pathetic only because it was erected by the same people who were standing before him now. Hearing these words, the boys just fell out of surprise. Between the boys and the white, a fierce verbal fight broke out. Everyone sought to shift the blame to the opponent. At this point, Leopin ran ahead on his head, involuntarily noting that the students of the 20th grade are not daily. All you have to do is look at their territory, and immediately it becomes clear. It is pure truth. Leopin looked at the building erected by the boys and activated his assessment capacity. She instantly determined the construction of just a pathetic shack of the 3rd grade with extremely low rates. Touching one of the old boards, Leopin wondered what a disaster would be if even a light earthquake broke this tricky balance. The building could scatter with a crash. At the same moment, his thoughts were interrupted. He clearly heard someone calling his name. Leopin returned and noticed 2 young men who stepped towards him. Blondin reproached him sharply, accusing him of lies. They say that Leopin allegedly had no specialty, so where did he come from such a gorgeous home? Leopin scratched his nape in a confusion, uncertainly assured that he did not understand what was being said. Blondin, with a firm intention, approached Leopin and grabbed it sharply by the collar. From this strong movement, Leopin's back crashed into wooden boards. He cast his gaze behind and noticed that only a barely restrained plate found a crack from a simple touch. Installation, and the whole building rapidly collapsed directly in the eyes. Leopin and Blondin froze in surprise, inseparably watching the house collapsing in their eyes. A shadow of a true horror has had a shadow of a true horror in the Blondin face. One of the fragments of the building broke up, and the wooden beams of adjacent structures began to fall one by one, lifting around a deafening roar. All the buildings created by the boys suddenly rolled, turning into a pile of debris. Several those who participated in the construction barely avoided injuries during a sudden collapse. Leopin was in the bathroom as it happened suddenly. A blonde appeared behind, and the horror that was reflected on Leopin's face did not leave doubts about his emotions. Weiss, along with the rest of the boys, froze with fear, unable to move. Builders who worked tirelessly on the structure were falling on the ground one by one, shocked by an unexpected blow to fate. Their faces were frozen. How could it happen? Months of hard work instantly turned to vain effort. The young man went on the offensive, accusing Leopin of all the troubles that took place. With a deserving look, he quickly convinced himself, his guilt is definitely not. Monika, along with classmates, left a building created by Leopin. Carefully looking at the sides, they tried hard to find out what was the source of strange noise. The concerned Monika turned his gaze on the ruins that remained from the former structures, and turned to Leopin, trying to find out if he knows what happened here. Instead, Leopin advised her not to worry and insisted, "It is better to just leave it in the past and not to mention what she saw. Monika stood on the second floor of the house and with a playful smile hinted Leopin, who would like to introduce him to her classmates. At the same time she wondered if he could visit them. Leopin, pushing his hands in his pocket, looked at her. After answering a smile, he was eager to invite her. Leopin stood, leaning on the front door, while Monk, illuminated with a radiant smile, approached her classmates. She paid their attention to the wide double-sliding doors through which it was possible to enter freely. Leopin watched Monika with interest, who was enthusiastically shared with his classmates with his talents. She constantly praised his skills in the construction of the house, emphasizing that Leopin was his creator. He gladly perceived these words and smiled involuntarily. Suddenly, on Leopin, Oniski and Shinobuko emerge, jumping it suddenly. Friends, impressed, are passionate about sharing their impressions. Who would have thought that Leopin would be able to achieve such a stunning result? Leopin himself, a little confused with the unexpected appearance of girls, asks them more than not to scare him. Leopin focusedly looked at the girls and noticed, in the class of monarchy around him, only young ladies. Such an opinion pushed him to the idea. By building a spacious home, he will be able to provide them with a safe shelter. Hearing this, Onesko, along with Shinobuko, did not hide as a surprise. Leopin gently leaned his back to the door and, with a gesture with his hand, asked the girls if they would really be calmer. Those only silently watched him, without making tense views. Smiling friendly, they cunningly commented on amazing silence, suddenly confessing that they did not expect such a focus on Leopin in the ring. In response, the guy with a wicked smile asked what the girls had just praised. But when they heard their objections, he was noticeably felt. Simple for a moment, she put her hands on her chest, and with an ironic smile said that Leopin had hurried with a triumph. Yes, his actions had some impact on the environment, but to expect dramatic changes was too early. Meanwhile, Buko stood side by side, silently agreeing with Oneski. Leopin himself could not get rid of anxiety. Why did the thoughts of others remain almost the same? The girls began to accomplish Leopin, assuring that he was sincerely grateful to him for everything he did today. At the same time, they emphasized that the moment came when the monarchy and Leopin should leave their home. The door was slammed, almost touching Leopin's face. Because of them, a restrained indignation of girls, who persistently demanded that Leopin no longer talk to the monk. The guy stayed straight in front of the door, plunging into his thoughts. Meanwhile, the girls on the other hand sighed hard. Oneska, touching her chest, noted with a slight smile how incredibly smelling in the house. The standing Shinobuko supported her chin with her fingers and fully agreed with her every word. Later, her grandfather's cam clenched with enthusiasm and gladly announced that Leopin's views have now changed. At this point, Shinobuko lined her hands up, shook from side to side, and noticed with a smile that an extremely soothing aroma reigned in the house. Leopin froze at the door, listening closely to the bizarre noises that barely impregnated through the closed door. It seemed incredible, but he could swear that he was recognizing among those voices every girl who tirelessly spoke about something inside. Departed from the threshold, Leopin has thoughtfully scratched his back, thinking what fiction would come up with Monika again. Meanwhile, a teacher and director have already gathered on the opposite side of the building. Raising his hand, he turned to the director loudly, insulating to pay attention to this house. After holding his hand on a brilliant head and breathing deeply, the director noted with a great surprise. He was amazed at the skill of the guys who managed to erect this 2-story house in a matter of days, even from a minimum of materials. He stood quietly and smiled at a casual. Yes, look closely at those guys with wooden boards. He argued that he had no idea where they went, but around solid ruins, as if the whole house suddenly crumbled. The director, and so on the home of Monaki. As soon as the threshold was crossed, the director turned to Taka with a passionate look, emphasizing that the students who built this home would become a true pride of the academy. Along with him, he went thoughtfully, trying to imagine who these talented students who erected such a building were. Monika returned to the director and the teacher, smiling warmly, and gave them greetings. The adults stood in front of the girls in the middle of the house and were surprised, discussing that the class of St. Monika had to build this house. It seems that some idea just illuminated it. He let his hand on his chin, then leaned closer to Monika and asked, "Does Ms. Monika, who made this fairy tale house for her?" Monika stared forward, listening carefully to the teacher's words. She connected her palms, blossomed with a sincere smile, and said that this house was erected by a man whom she respected deeply. At that moment, a special glitter of admiration appeared in the eyes of the director of the academy. Raising a rolled roll in front of him, the EU bent down to the monk. His pressure was noticeable. He was hotly insisting that she immediately told who the person was. The sudden emotionality of the emerald was somewhat scared of the monk. Monika has almost voiced the name of the man. The director, without hiding smiles, was looking forward to the name of the creator of this house. But as soon as Monika, only the first part of Leopin's escaped from Monika, she was sharply interrupted. Suddenly, someone shouted, and the scroll ruthlessly torn into two. The director threw his teeth on Monika and clasped his teeth. Other girls from the class have already come together near Monika. Concerned, she wondered if she had made any mistake in words. At this point, the director with the assistant was already heading for the door. One of the girls, returning to Monika, reassured her. "Everything is well. There is no reason to worry. It's time to go on." So, the director departed from the girls, slammed his palm on his bald head and raging, moved on. Grasping his teeth, he muttered that all this was only a waste of time. The director, along with the EU, stopped at the front door. The EU, rubbing his palms, suggested that he probably Leopin is now alone in the middle of the thicket in the midst of disorder and junk. But suddenly bright light broke out before them. The unexpected ray immediately caused joy in adults. He testified that someone had just raised their level. Director and Yes Star heads rushed from the building, eagerly wanting the first to see the one who raised his level and personally handed him a well-deserved award. They rushed to the street, and their faces glowed with joyful smiles when they began to greet the hero with a sincere heart. He solemnly reached out with a bright gift pack. The director's face flashed as a surprise when it became clear that Leopin was the first to increase his own level. Everyone was frozen in a silent surprise. Leopin stood slowly, and his fingers slid on the screen, which clearly displayed his new characteristics. Leopin looked at the director, and indeed, he immediately wondered why all those present looked so embarrassed. Adults just burst into light with their eyes, barely holding back anger and trembling with indignation, squeezing jaws tightly. Then the director with a friend settled on the bench and suddenly began to jump loudly to the whole yard. Leopin and other boys who were just doing construction work were surprised and glared at these noisy adults. The director, along with the whole crowd, exclaimed together that it was impossible, and in a moment they rushed. Leopin and the other boys froze, stunning the views of adults who were in a hurry as far as possible. Leopin turned his eyes and began to guess what brought the adults to this place. However, it was more important for him to assess his status again. To cast his gaze on his own characteristics table, he felt incredible astonishment. The list of professions has a new specialty: ninja. Leopold, having studied the description of this profession, came to the conclusion that ninja is one of the most favorable and mercenary professionals in the world. In his imagination, Leopin drew a picture. Ninja stands in the midst of the night street, and painted people scattered on his side. Leopin's thoughts returned to a moment when, after increasing the level, he was able to master the profession of ninja, which appeared in the list of classes available to him. Lviv struck in front of the house, and a modest window was visible behind it. Turning his chin with his palm, he thought, "Isn't it cool to have a profession? It is one of the most modern and prestigious specialties." In his imagination, Leopin depicted a ninja with his sword, thinking involuntarily, "Ninja is a special type of murderers whose history reaches the ancient East." Comparing this opinion with the image of Shinobuko, Leopin unexpectedly realized, if you remember well, then the Shinsbeach from the class of Manaki was a typical ninja. Leopin looked at the screen and wondered. Shinobuko this time looked not as usual. In his thoughts, the question died whether he would turn himself, a person without a particular profession, to someone just as unusual. Thoroughly examining the table, Leopin noticed how Carpenter's status changed at ninja with unmatched speed, amazing accuracy, and exceptional skill in throwing weapons. After a short reflection, he came to the conclusion that it is probably not worth worrying about it. Leopin lifted a light log and carefully put it on a massive stump. His face was ill with a casual smile. With his exaltation, he began to work with wood, thinking that it was time to do the production of shurikens. It takes a little time, and on the stump where the deck just lay, now several wooden shurikens are flashed. Leopin looked closely at them and activated his ability to evaluate. The quality of the shuriken reached 20 points. They were distinguished by the extraordinary skill of execution, durability, and stunning accuracy. Leopin looked at a huge tree, imagining how skillfully he would use it for his plan. He then assembled several slices in his palm and, skillfully twisting them in his hand, scattered them in the air, showing a honed trick. One of the miracles hit the tree, forcing a few leaves to slightly down. Leopin with delight noted that these weapons were much more powerful than he expected. It inspired it to create several such devices. Several shurikens rode into the tree trunk, like a target, deeply cut into the bark. Leopin came closer and carefully began to remove deadly stars one by one. Suddenly, hearing the suspicious rust behind his back, he turned lightly. A group of guys was already behind Leopin. One of them, smiling, spoke first, explaining that they specifically came to him. Leopin clearly did not expect such a visit and wondered if he had the opportunity to be useful to them. The young guy with a stick in his hand winked and confidently announced that they had arrived to support Leopin and wanted to give him fire. Leopin watched them silently, studying everyone carefully. Comrades looked at each other, whispering concerned. They could not explain at all what their friend meant. At first, it even seemed that this mysterious fire was intended for them, not Leopin. A fair-haired young man contracted a stick in his palms and urged everyone to rush. They say he would soon light a campfire for them. Leopin met the company attentively before leaving his shurikens up. Suddenly, Blondin exploded with a cry, calling for the fire to show his ancient power, and then he proclaimed a magic spell. In his hands he tightened the branch, while the rest of the boys were surprised to follow his actions. The fair-haired young man closed his eyes and said the magic words several times. In a moment, the edge of the branch that he squeezed in his hand flashed a bright flame. The young man was fascinated by looking at the fire vividly dancing before his eyes. A fair-haired guy with a flame branch in his hands, smiling cunningly, stated that if Leopin wants to get a fire, then let him be on the side, and only then will the magician share his art with him. Leopin raised his hand in front of him, and confidently announced that he could handle himself. In lighting fire, he did not need any help. Nasa Padpo is unable to pick up a single word after heard. Meanwhile, Leopin, putting his palm on his face, thoughtfully said that in order to light a fire, one must become a real forester. Further, armed with a branch, he cut off the grapevine with a thoughtful smile, skillfully sprayed it among the branches of wood. What happened stunned Knight. He could not look away from the bizarre actions of a friend. Leopin skillfully wielded his hands, using all available things at hand. The cube could not look away from the leopard, enthusiastically and surprised to watch the actions of a friend. Subsequently, Leopin erected a fire, which, without any exaggeration, deserved the highest rating, as much as 10 points. It was a real art of ignition, preparation for the perfect flame. The boys were interested in Leopin that he created. He lifted a wooden wand with a wound thread, cleverly twisted it in different directions, and soon, in the place where the branch touched the wooden bar, flared flames. Taking a burning duck in his hands, Leopin gently soaked on the fire so that he did not go away. Sleeping his top, he threw the frying in a pile of dry leaves. Smiling, the guy gripped how the flames gradually flared up. Other boys, holding their breath, looked at this action with delight, not taking out of Leopin's gaze. He met their views and nodded noticeably. Leopin stood at a fire with a joyful smile on his mouth. The guy began to share with enthusiasm how Leopin managed to light a fire without resorting to any magical spells, proving that the flames were quite possible to create without the help of magic. Narcus squeezed a burning wand in his palms. His eyes were monitored closely at Leopold's every movement. Suddenly behind the guy kept his breath, passionate about Leopold's skill. At that moment, the idea broke out in the mind, and a cunning, almost cunning smile blossomed on her face. The pump, holding the inflamed branch in his hands, approached Leopin's home and exclaimed with rage that he would now show the boys a real fire. Leopin and his companions stunned him, not realizing that he thought. The Nico penetrated the house through the window and waved a burning fragment inside. He managed to fully implement his plan, and he exploded with loud laughter. Grove ran to him and loudly stated that it was now obvious to everyone what purpose he pursued from the beginning. The boys came to Nasa and began to share the story. Leopin attacked their homes, which is what Nonius wanted to study him. They expressed their willingness to stand on his side, but noted that they could not do without additional firewood. Leopin, He listened carefully, scratching his back thoughtfully. The ringing regatta of the boys spilled around the house, filling the space with carefree fun. However, suddenly one of them drew attention to the fact that the campfire would not ignite, which seemed rather strange to him. From curiosity, he looked out the window and noticed. The smoldering wand was already extinct, and the powerless shadow lies on the floor in the middle of the room. Leopin confidently in the sides and solemnly said that his home was not terrible. Still, the structure is made of special fire-resistant material. The enemy only surprised his eyebrows, calling such statements nonsense. Like, there are no structures, no matter what the flame can be. H also began to bite nails anxiously. Noticing this, the boys noted that Leopin did a great job, and the lunch had already started to start. The boys were a little discord, but with a smile on the face asked Leopin to help to light a fire. They could also call us for help, but there was a big difference between us and Leopin. Leopin, seeing their eyes, gnashed his teeth and scratched his face nervously, having no idea how to do next. Leopin was looking at his eyes and picking up some shurikens, making it clear that he intends to intervene and support the boys. They immediately fell into the eye. Leopin is different from the pump. Leopin instantly activated his ninja talent, rushing flames in different directions. Nevertheless, he did not forget to emphasize that at least he never set fire to other people's homes without permission. Burning slices fled rapidly in the direction of guys who rushed to evade a deadly threat. The flames instantly swept some parts of their academic form when the blade hit the fabric. Burned with fear and fire, the boys shouted frightened, trying to knock down the fire from their clothes. Leopin pulled his hand out of the tree sharply, and noted that if the boys have time to flip the fire to the branches until he faded, they will be able to pick up the flames with them. The boys immediately rushed to collect firewood, and Leopin watched with surprise. They stood silently in charred clothes, with tears in the eyes. And Leopin, remembering how previously warned them about the refractory properties of his tree, asked if he had not warned them in advance. Leopina seemed to fascinate the trembling light of the fire, which gently shone his face. He looked intently and thoughtfully at the boys, gratefully feeling that fate had preserved him from severe burns. These young men were probably worthy of such a punishment. They stood away, in silent tension, without saying a word. Then they rushed to the side, not forgetting to gift Leopin on the move with all kinds of disparaging nicknames. Then Leopin, putting one hand on his belt, noted that the only thing that interests these guys was the desire to humiliate others. Leopin leaned his palm to his stomach, realizing that he had not even tasted anything in the morning. Meanwhile, clouds, like thoughtful giants, floated over the tips of tall trees. Leopin cleverly pulled on the branches of the fruit tree and was enthusiastically harvested. Taking one of them in his hands, he smiled satisfied. This fruit just suits him. By activating the ability to evaluate, Leopin determined that it is a Mesobaria, extremely high quality, with a thin, solid skin, and quite edible. Leopin easily slipped from the branch, mentally noting that life in the forest has many advantages. You cannot worry about food, everything is near. Hiding the berries found to the pockets, the guy confidently moved forward. Traveling through the forest thicket, Leopin suddenly noticed the bunch of mushrooms that were hiding at the roots of the ancient tree. Such a find surprised him. He carefully threw a few hats, and decided to make sure that it was safe to use them. To do this, Leopin decided to take advantage of his special ability to recognize the properties of objects. Leopin carefully took the mushroom, carefully studying its appearance and structure. The quality of the mushrooms is admirable. They mostly appear under a cane, have an appetizing and fresh appearance, and seem even suitable for whey. Leopin was particularly impressed that these mushrooms can really be consumed without any heat treatment. Leopin put the mushroom in his mouth and slowly chewed, noting that the texture of mushrooms is quite pleasant. If you still season them with spices, the taste would be completely different, much brighter. Subsequently, he sat down and took a large piece of paper that was reported. Today he intended to organize a real mushroom holiday. Now it is only necessary to decide how guests are better placed. Leopin made a bag of a large alder leaf. Its quality reached 13, which spoke of a skillful level of performance. The bag was calm of up to 50 kilograms. Leopin walked a large forest lawn, seizing mushrooms enthusiastically. He looked carefully at each found instance and carefully put a bag woven from flexible alder branches. Suddenly, his gaze stopped at an unusual mushroom. Leopin flicked, carefully lifted the find to his eyes and, thoughtfully examining, thought, "It looks like this mushroom is poisonous." Leopin examines an unusual fungus in his hand and activates his ability to evaluate. It turns out that this mushroom is called Tatsumaka, and its quality reaches 30 points. Exquisite taste is its main advantage. The peculiarity of this mushroom is that it skillfully pretends to be a poisonous variety, but in fact, it is absolutely safe and edible. Leopin froze from admiration when a wonderful mushroom was in his palms. He twisted the find, looking carefully at every detail, and then he delved into reflection. What other unusual treasures can give him a forest today? Leopin made his way through the thickets, when suddenly another lawn opened before him, generously covered with a variety of mushrooms. He smiled inadvertently, noticing how these gifts of the forest are increasing here. Leopin looked forward and noticed the company of the guys. On the opposite side of the lawn spread out the mushroom meadow and nearby massive stone blocks. The boys gathered in the group and discussed something together. A girl with decorated flower hair looked at several mushrooms in her hands. Looking closely at them, she noticed, "These two mushrooms are similar, but the colors in them differ. Do you think, guys, are they edible?" The man in the dark hood, whose sharp front teeth fell into the eye, smiled mysteriously and warned, "Red mushrooms were deadly poisonous." A girl named Akami, this warning phrase forced him to die. She squeezed the mushrooms in her hands, looking carefully at the hidden shadow of the young man. Akami lifted to her face a mushroom with unusual patterns, looking carefully at him, and made sure that Sibs was telling the truth. The first-year student from the 20th grade, smiling, insisted that he was right. He stressed how important it is to believe your feeling. In the hands of Akami, mushrooms stuck when the boys surrounded it on all sides. Sibs, having scratched his nose, advised to choose the blue mushrooms. They say, the reds are known to have always been poisonous. Leopin approached the company of the guys and asked him to give him a few minutes to talk to Akam. The girl turned to him, looked carefully, and wondered if his real name was Leopin. He nodded, confirming her guess. Leopin looked at the mushrooms carefully, and then confidently pointed to one of them. He explained that blue mushroom is a poisonous hulakudashi dake. The one who tastes it will first suffer from acute abdominal pain, and then begins to see hallucinations. Leopin accepted a mushroom from the palm of Akam and continued to explain. This red mushroom is called halakobi dake. He is quite edible. Akami listened carefully to his words and soon gifted Leopin with a warm smile. Suddenly behind them came out of Sibs and began to shout an Akam by name. The Sibs came closer, swearing and lifting his finger in a threatening gesture aimed at Leopin. He warned everyone not to trust any word that Leopin speaks, because his glory has long been spoiled. That is why they say, Leopin tries to undermine confidence in the rest. These words Leopin only looked carefully and thoughtfully at Sibs. Finally, Leopin interrupted silence, categorically denying, "The words of the Sibs is a solid nonsense, because it is impossible to go to the mushrooms when he pleases." In response, Akam easily touched his cheek and gifted Leopin with a warm smile. The Sib closed his eyes and proclaimed the whole voice, demanding that Leopin finally shut up. It seems that the affair is better to rely on his words, because, unlike Leopin, the Sib really is a professional in this matter. Sibs jumped in place, vigorously poking his fingers towards Leo Pink. Loudly, without holding back emotions, he accused Leo of constantly lying since school times. However, Leopin himself stood away, calmly and silently watching the stormy Sibs, pressing a basket of mushrooms and not turning his eyes from his hair. Akama, smiling with her eyes closed, silently made it clear that she was clear to her, and confidently reached out to the red mushroom. She clenched his palm, focused on her, and suddenly the nervous exclamation of Siba, who called her name. Leopin was amazed by the insightful look of Siba, who, in response, pointing to Leopin, expressed his genuine surprise. Does Mizukam so seriously perceive his words? Meanwhile, Akami, gently holding the mushroom in her hands, smiled mysteriously, and said that Leopin's gaze could not be deceived. On the lawn, among the roots of trees, many mushrooms with bizarre, bright hats grew. Sib suddenly exclaimed that he wanted to pick up all the blue mushrooms home. Akami, barely smiling with her eyes closed, calmly noticed that he has full freedom. Let him do as he wants. She does not see any difficulties in this. Akami glanced towards Leopin, realizing that it was such a road to her. Will the boys have the zeal to find all the red mushrooms for her? Leopin even lost such an unexpected statement. Meanwhile, others, when the ectomy's offer, was not hesitant to fulfill any of her desires without hesitation. The boys raised their hands sharply and bounced sideways. Akama touched her fingers of her lips and introduced himself. I am Akamiriel Lulu Wallens, a student of the 6th grade of the first year. At the same time, she smiled and added that for Leopin she could simply be called Akam. Leopin, squeezing a basket firmly, listened hard to his every word. Leopin cast a careful look at her and noted that everything was quite clear to him. It could be guessed at once. Akami chooses the path of creativity. After holding her hand on the hair, Akami with a smile replied Leopin that she was an alchemist. Young men with a glitter of admiration in their eyes were hardly collected by mushrooms for Akam on the forest area. At this point, the girl opened Leopin that these mushrooms serve her for the preparation of medicines, although she has never tasted them in person. This confession caused a genuine surprise to Leopin. Leopin looked at the girl distrustfully and strongly denied, they say, in no way allowed classmates to eat poisonous mushrooms. Akama thought for a moment, slowly leaning her fingers to her mouth. Ikari crossed her arms on her chest, and sweeping, Leopin is not at all like others. Most boys are just doing that, they cunning and misleading each other for their own growth. Leopin, meanwhile, silently stood in front of Akami, carefully catching her every word. Finally, slightly scratching the back of the head, he said that he was studying in a special class, so he had no idea about any rank. Akami looked carefully at Leopin and said further, he may expect some benefits for information about these mushrooms. Leopin has confused her gaze. In one hand, Akami squeezed a small bag on which the inscription was visible. Raising the index finger of the second hand, she explained that inside, salt and some other things. After that, the girl gently touched her lips, as if trying to hint something. Leopin, ignoring Akami, exclaimed sharply that he chooses salt. He impatiently stretched his finger towards the bag, which he held in his hands. Akam smiled and dropped jokingly. Leopin was a real desert because no one has ever avoided her kiss as he was. Leopin was confused, not realizing what she means. Meanwhile, Akam pulled him a small bag filled with salt. Leopin sincerely thanked Akamir, who shone a warm smile in response. When the salt pack was in his hands, Akamir suddenly came closer and gently touched his cheeks with a light kiss. Leopina instantly enveloped a light blush. The guys who went to the forest on mushrooms accidentally met Akamas Kisleopin, and suddenly, just in their eyes, the collected baskets began to empty. Mushrooms, as if fascinated, fell on the ground. They were sincerely surprised. This amazing unexplained event was not invested in any common sense. Kame stubbornly squeezed Leopin by his shoulders, and their views met in intense silence. Around the boys froze, stunned by what they saw. They simply did not believe that all this was really, although they did not properly tasted any hallucinogen. Departing from Leopin, Akami waved with a playful smile for goodbye and stated in a joking manner that she was waiting for their new meeting with anticipation. Leopin looked at her in the trail, squeezing the package with salt in her hands. Akam looked back to Leopin, winning him with one eye, and put her finger on his mouth, calling for silence. With a smile, she shared a legend. They say, in their family kisses, bring happiness. So now she sincerely wishes Leopin. Leopin, embarrassed and somewhat scared, unconsciously touched his cheek. The young men who went on mushrooms fell to the ground and flooded with tears. Desperately shouting, they claimed that Mrs. Akam would not leave them. On the grass around were scattered fungi. Leopin stood, squeezing a bag of salt firmly, and at his feet lay a basket full of mushrooms. Suddenly, a dazzling light broke out around the leopard, a sign that he has reached a new level of skill. Leopin's cheeks were lit by a blush. He thoughtfully ran his hand on his face and thought, it may have been a kiss for good luck, because he suddenly gained an increase in level. Leopin again remembered how Okame kissed him. The cheek was lightly rubbed, and without drawing a look off the screen, thoughtfully thought, did they not grow after that kiss of his ability? In the characteristics, a new profession was added, a mason, which was a lot of struck by Leopin. Taking a basket with the mushrooms just collected, he easily lifted him on his shoulder. In order to prepare the trophy obtained, it was first necessary to build a kitchen. Leopin squeezed several bricks and heavy stone in his palms. Nearby lay a table covered with drawings of a new profession, a mason. He shone in anticipation, inflamed with excitement. He had a wooden hammer and a stone chisel in his hands. And with the first movements, Leopin cleverly and confidently came to work. Leopin was armed with tools and began to carefully handle the stone. In front of him was a chest of drawers with a built-in fire, in which the flames could be ignited. Leopin began to throw the branches into the campfire, and with a smile announced that it is time to reveal the taste of local mushrooms. He carefully put them on wooden shampoos and gently brown over the flames. When the mushrooms became golden, Leopin sprinkled them with salt, adding the last touch to his simple but aromatic dish. Leopin grabbed a stick with toasted mushrooms, and a wonderful aroma immediately spilled in the air, a real pleasure for a noticeable sense of smell. Without delaying, he settled more comfortable and started eating. And from the first piece of his face shone with delight. The taste was simply incredible. The charming taste of the mushrooms did not leave him, and he ate with great pleasure to the last piece, after which he held his palm on his stomach. Suddenly, the voices were heard behind Leopin. The headmaster and the teacher ran out of the forest, exciting him excitedly. Leopin looked around, asking what the thing is. Without losing a minute, the director immediately began to be interested in mushrooms, which Leopin had just found. Leopin suggested that the mysterious artifact conveys some important information to them. Meanwhile, the teacher began the story, explaining that there were many requests from fans. Now Leopin had to hand over to them the bizarre mushroom, which he accidentally found. At first, the director warned that through the Leopin event can be removed from the elite class. The young man thought deeply about the words of adults, but in a moment he confessed that the mushroom had long been in his stomach. This news literally shocked adults. They broke into a cry and froze from anxiety. Leopin was only surprised to see their fuss. The director, together with the teacher, suddenly cried and moved to tears, began to shout the name of this bizarre mushroom. Further, stating that Leopin could no longer tolerate, they suddenly rose and rushed, leaving him himself, distant from all over the world. Leopin, thinking thoughtfully, thought, what could happen to the director and the teacher? In the afternoon, it is probably time to rest and gain strength in a dream. Leopin was going to relax and move to his home. Suddenly, in his thoughts, a wide smile of Nessos broke out. He became restless. With the same fun as here, it is unlikely to be quietly sleeping. Leopin decided to radically turn his life and step on the ninja path. Running on the wing of a branch, he said with relief that nothing was threatened here, and no one would worry. Closing her eyes, Leopin noted with gratitude what extremely happy this moment was today. Leopin opened his eyes in the middle of the night when someone's voice came to his hearing. Looking back, he noticed Samanach, who stood under a tree and quietly called him to him. The surprise made Leopin shudder. She lifted her head and saw Leopina in front of her. Their conversation immediately moved to the fact that Monika was searched by Leo to thank him for the new house he built and invite for dinner. Hearing this, Leo grabbed his stomach. He was already hungry. With a slight smile, Monika noted that she did not see for a long time how Leopin was working on trees. In response, Leopin cheerfully invited her to make him a company. Monika carefully kept a pot in her hands, and, a little awkward, confessed that she had not had the opportunity to go on trees for a long time. Meanwhile, Lopez jumped down, standing to the ground, and asked Monika to wait a little. She put her hand in surprise without hiding her surprise. Leopin skillfully knocked down the ladder and gently leaned it into the tree trunk. Monika was surprised to see how agility and speed he did. Having reached out, Leopin with a gesture invited her to rise, offering support. Monika approached Leopin and carefully stretched his pot. Their eyes met, and time seemed to be frozen. They looked at each other, as if passionate about the magic of moments. Monika's cheeks flashed a bright, shy blush. Leopin took the pot and gave her hand gently to help rise. Both held on a tree branch. A cursory glance at the food in the pot made Leopin a little sway. The expectations did not come true. Monika, with a light smile, explained that she prepared the festive dishes that remained after the celebration, and carefully warmed them so that everyone could taste. Leopin gratefully accepted the treat, and did not forget to thank her for the treats. While he ate with her appetite, holding a spoon and a pan, Monika was gently erasing the crumbs from his cheek. Leopin at this time truly tasted every piece of this hearty, warm dish. Seeing the Monika shed, he did not restrain her surprise. She clenched the nose carefully in her hands and wondered whether she could ask her question. Leopin looked back at her and wondered what had happened, noticing her severe annoyance. Monika gathered all her courage and asked decisively, "Truth, what the guys say?" Leopin glanced at her in confusion. He did not realize what it was. Monika trembled noticeably with excitement, trying to tell about the gossip that spread in relation to Leopin and a mysterious girl from the 6th group. The last word of her story sounded for Leopin. It is unclear. He could not understand him. Monika turned away, gaining courage, and finally confessed. "They say, we were talking about a girl's kiss with a leopard." As soon as these words broke from her mouth, as Monika suddenly bounced from the tree and with a roar, she was on the ground. Seeing that Monak is almost unconscious to the ground, the hero feels acute anxiety for her. Without hesitation of a second, he cleverly jumps from the tree, completely ignoring a falling pot with porridge and a spoon, and struggles to her help. At the moment when the girl was faint, she was already flying down. But as if her body had to touch the earth, Leopin instantly caught her, and along with her easily landed on her feet. After some time, Monika gently opens the eyes, and gradually the silhouette of the hero is drawn in front of her. She looks back at the staircase behind, until Leopin is careful about whether she was fine with her and whether she has been injured. The girl suddenly notices that the hero hugs her. For a moment she trembles from surprise and looks at him widely open, eyes amazed. Suddenly, the girl barks out loud from embarrassment, scattered back and thanks to her rescuer with all his sincerity. The hero is barely smiling, noting that this time his girlfriend did not break any tears. But suddenly the girl verse calms down, sharply glances at him with a surprised look, and the half-spoken is saying something fuzzy. Later, Leopin is wondering whether she had to experience something like a child. He recalls how she often cried in those years, and this mention immediately causes the girl to become awkward. Realizing that the hero still considers her irreparable plaxon, the girl stunned her eyes, and the cheeks instantly inflated the blush. Suddenly, she is shot. She shouts a voice in full, calling Leopin to be able to make her time, and proving that she has changed for a long time. Finally, he carefully lowers Monika to the ground. On her face there is a thin shadow of insult, as if she has something, or something easy. However, in a moment the girl is gaining courage and decides to speak. She frankly confesses that she has not felt his hugs for a long time and missed him crazy for these warm plays. His eyebrows jump with surprise, and Monika, closing his eyes, gives the world his blindly magic smile. The man looks away and decides to bring her home, just as once, in those happy, carefree times. Monika, a little lost, quietly calls, not quite understanding what is happening. The hero warns the monarch not to hesitate, because any of her wounds can turn into a real tragedy. Hearing such words, the girl agrees strongly, and together they go to the way out of the forest. Suddenly, Leopin picks her up in her hands, as if it were the most eminent in the world, and she, exciting her hands to her chest, looks at him enthusiastically. Looking somewhere in the boundless distance, as if looking for answers in the height of the sky, Monika finally returns to the hero. She shares with him words, according to Tom, made already enough. Her words surprise the interlocutor. He does not hold back a short exclamation and holds his breath, looks carefully at her face. The girl looks at the Academy building, noting that other students are now in the hostel. She is worried. If one of them notices her in this form, it can turn to her with serious hassle. Leopin claims that he has realized everything well, and suspects that it is unlikely to appeal to her. But instead of consent, she breaks into a cry and denies his every word. The girl warns that it may well turn to him a number of new hassle. However, the hero with a smile encourages her. They say to worry about such a little thing, if it is the greatest of possible trouble. Without hesitation, he goes on. They gradually approach the dormitory building. He goes forward, carrying a girl in her hands, and instantly attracts attention. People around explode dissatisfied with the exclamations. Some with indignation ask what is happening. Others are surprised to ask why he carries Miss Monika, and some even call him a scoundrel. Suddenly, one of the attendees is in a confused eye and, opening the mouth with surprise, says, "Why?" At the same time, his neighbor, without holding back emotions, stabbed his feet. He sincerely believed that the right to carry the saint in his hands was given only to real heroes. Under the weight of the high-profile exclamations of students, the crossbar slowly shifts from the fence, which leads to its slow destruction. The crowd continues to be indignant, and someone is quietly throwing, "This is no longer the first Leopin trick." Hearing the mention of his name, that man glances in their direction, watching the conversation. The passionate crowd cannot believe his eyes. How miracle the hero managed to do it? They still remember the beginning, a small clash, and now it holds Ms. Monik firmly in his hands. The girl herself, hearing the amazed exclamations around, cannot contain embarrassment. Her cheeks cover the bright blush. Finally, they get to the designated building Monoki's house. Leopold announces the girl that they have already come, and carefully puts her on the floor. She immediately bows in the bow, sincerely thanks for his help and says goodbye, wishing him a good evening. Leopin also wished her good night and promised to meet the next day, noting that time was already going to herself. He felt focused. Even the annoyed glances of the students who were watching closely at his every step. The single hero returns to his native land. Having passed very little, he finds himself in front of a building that stands on a spacious area. Absorbed by his own reflections, he suddenly notices something that distracts his attention. Leopin wary inhaled the air, catching an unusual aroma to the smell. What is a wonderful smell? He flashed into his thoughts. After curiosity, he carefully headed to the door, from where he pulled this smell, and lightly pressed on them. Doors with a slight creaking slowly opened. The protagonist notes the girl who kneels near the stairs in a deserted room and is wondering what it can help her. Initially, her face was lost in the darkness, and a hood was deep on her head, from which strands of hair were shot. Laid in two playful tails, Leopin again turns to her, gently pronouncing, "Shinobuko." It slowly rises from the knees, the palm with two stretched fingers extends forward. Shinobuko solemnly announces that she finally solved everything and sums up, "It seems that she would still meet with the hero." His eyes flash, not from fear, but from the gambling that this unexpected news has imprisoned. The events unfold in the same familiar two-story building where the main character lives. Stopping in the hallway, he turns to Shinobuko, trying to understand what she needs. Leopin, demonstrating complete peace, crosses his hands on his chest, is ready to listen carefully. The girl on his knees, concentrated and almost invisibly changing the facial expression, has already felt his luck is not as unmoved as it seems at first glance. In fact, her interlocutor is full of unexpected changes. However, the guy notes that this is only his opinion and emphasizes, the girl broke into another's home even in the middle of the night, not pre-warned anyone. However, her behavior does not bother. She then shares her observations. She notes that she saw how he reacted instantly when the manica fell from a tree, cleverly picked it up and put it carefully on his feet. Leopin remembers this moment and is interested in Shinobuko if she really watched them. The girl, leaning with one hand on the floor, with the other with two fingers extended forward, slowly rises. She closely monitors his every movement and quickly concludes that he saw is nothing but a legendary throw in Zuna, a classic ninja technique. The girl emphasizes that this art remains a difficult challenge for her. Even despite the years of tireless teaching secrets of ninja, she has not yet reached his skill. This is amazed at this, and he is surprised and enthusiastically. The hero that he does not have special profession suddenly mastered the complex throw of the Inzun. His gaze stops on it, his eyes extended from surprise. By sliding his finger on his cheeks, he cannot find the right words and only suggests that it may be just a random coincidence. Finally, he looks back to Shinobuko and begs timidly whether he or she understands everything. However, the girl immediately denies his words, insisting that it did not coincide. She acutely asks whether he will be happy for a long time. At the same moment, the guy thinks, plunging into deep reflections. The Leopin's face is clearly interest, and it seems as if in her thoughts have just ripened a new idea. Unexpectedly, she breaks on her feet and raises her hands up, as if she were about to attack him. Such a sudden rush is surprising even her. Watching how a fragile, gentle girl tries to depict a harshness, Leopin smiles involuntarily. This sight causes him a slight laughter. The hero has thousands of questions in his head, so gathering with courage, he voices one of them. Does she plan to really become a crazy squirrel? But in response, the girl explodes with a loud cry, as if forgetting everything around. Her face is filled with threatening fire, and she has a lightning movement approaching Leopin. Threatedly shouting, the girl strictly warns him, let him not even pay attention to her mercy. No concessions can be discussed. The girl suddenly rushes forward, trying to grasp the hero, But he cleverly avoids her pressure, simply retreating back, watching her with an expression of genuine surprise in her eyes. Suddenly, the girl realizes that the events unfold at all as she expected, and it frankly confuses her. Turning, she looks at Leopin. At that moment, the hero reads in her eyes an alarming question, and without spending time, confesses that he should tell her something important. He claims that Shinobuko should stop his attempts. At the same time, he reflects on his own achievements. Now he already has 201 points of agility, and he thinks it is enough. Hearing these words, the girl rotates sharply, first quietly coughs, and then, having pushed his eyebrows, boldly answers the hero that it seems funny to her. Shinobuko breaks forward and attacks Leopin again, trying to get it with his lightning occasions. She exclaims a warning that this time he will definitely not be able to evade all her blows. But Leopin, despite the strain that compresses every muscle, easily avoids her attacks, only barely holding back muted exclamations from increasing pressure. The girl is rapidly worn by the room, in vain trying to strike him, at the same time screaming, trying to take a breath. Leopin, focused on the confrontation, is at ease evaders each of her occasions. In the end, the enemy is depleted, the forces finally leave it, and it stops, eagerly catching the air. She slowly loses his self-control. Indignation is growing rapidly in her soul, and, squeezing his fists to pain, she sharply asks whether the hero actually used the ability to move in a ghostly body. Becoming a breath, the girl must admit, Leopin is very similar to her mentor, and perhaps even surpasses him with her power. Leopin reminds her that he warned of the incredible complexity of this test, and emphasizes his dexterity reaches the whole 201 score. Shinobuko follows him in silence for a few seconds, not taking away from the hero of his deep eyes. Having caught her vigilant look, he suddenly proposes to leave this world together. At this decisive moment, the girl suddenly rushed in his direction. At first, Leopin tries to realize that he is going on, but suddenly he notes how Shinobuko is rapidly flying straight at him. It turns out that she fell from the stairs and rushed to him to grab again. The girl cuts the hero with indignation. It is enough to carry a beacon. She proudly states that the indentation in battle is not for her. There is no place for weakness. Leopin remains unmoved, contemplating the stage with complete peace and lack of any manifestations of surprise. It cleverly deviates to the left, avoiding the impact. Having realized the situation, Shinobuko falls on the floor and explodes. Suddenly fascinated by the rapid turn of events, the hero feels a slight confusion, but he quickly realizes that you should act immediately. A moment before the girl touches the floor, her suddenly restrains her. Leopin has time to grasp her by the hood, and she sinks to her knees with a deft knock. In a moment, the Shinobuko feels as if the invisible hand grabs her from behind. She exclaims and rushes to freedom, but the hero is firmly but gently holds it and gently spreads to look at her. The girl lifts her head and looks closely at Leopold. He, embarrassed by rubbing the back of the head, realizes that time to act immediately, and for a long time he said, finally caught it. Then he suddenly offers Shinobuko to relax, which leads the girl to a real confusion. She does not understand what happened and why he was in the hands of the hero, so he decides to ask about it. Suddenly, the expression of her face changes dramatically. It seems that the girl has understood something, and covered with despair, sharply repels him from herself. Loudly, with a cry, she asks if the hero has the intention to do something shameful with her. The confused and surprised Leopin is wondering what Shinobuko is. In response, the girl suddenly breaks into a cry, convincing that she is well aware of what fate awaits the captured Kunuchi. Only one thing is always done with her. Shinobuko notes that it is well familiar with this concept. The exclamation does not have time to get out of her mouth, as she suddenly stops, guessing that the girl probably refers to Bodyutsu, the traditional Japanese art of having a wooden stick. Shinobuko, blowing and focusing, nervously seeks the right word. She stumbles several times until he finally pronounces it out loud. The topic of her conversation was Budzutsu. The hero, wide open, looks at her carefully and poses a question again. And she, having intently gathered, makes another attempt to pronounce the word. Leopin murmurs something incomprehensible to himself under his nose, pretending that he has no idea what is being said. And with interest, she watches how the girl is stubbornly trying to say this word again. In the end, he is enslaved. She seems to be again. Suddenly, deeply and irritatedly sighing, Shinobuko turns sharply to the hero. The girl confidently points to him with his finger and announces that Leopin will become her assistant not only in Brajut. Then she insists with a significant annoyance. Does he also plan to tighten the monarch in his net? For a moment he fades, stunned, but in a moment he seizes what the girl means, and immediately shares this thought. Leopin gently strokes her on her head, noticing that the girl was sure he was able to harm the monkey. It was the fear of a girlfriend that prompted her to take a desperate step, to try to kill him. However, the protagonist notes that the same girl who is experiencing Shinobuko is actually his most devoted girlfriend since childhood. He firmly states that he would never be able to cause her evil. Moreover, he will always be ready to rush to her. Hearing these sincere words, the girl looked at Leopin with a candid admiration and respect in her eyes. In the end, turning to Shinobuko with a gentle smile, he soothes her not to worry. In response, silence. Stunned by his words, the girl does not look at his face, and a shy blush blossoms on her face. Suddenly she rushes back, moving away from Leopin, but suddenly stumbles and falls awkwardly on the floor. Shinobuko, embarrassing, pulls the hood deeper, trying to hide his eyes from outsiders, and coughs timidly. She said she assured that today she will do without any annoyance of the hero, at least this time. The girl clung to the windowsill and jumped down, determined to warn him. Running out of the house, she promised. During the next meeting with Leopin, he would certainly save his life. He does not even have time to answer. He just fades by the window, watching the world closely behind the glass and listening to the powerful screams that spread around the room. Finally, staying himself, the hero notes how suddenly jumped his level. Before his eyes, there were characteristics that reveal the details of his specialty and a topical rank. This list distinguishes such parameters as health, endurance, strength, will, protection, coordination, and many others. The rapid growth of agility is most striking. This figure increased from 1,000 to 100. Subsequently, the hero notices something interesting. An unfamiliar option appears in the list of available professions. Before his eyes is a new profession, treasure seeker. He is delighted with such a discovery. He does not restrain his joy, feeling that this skill will certainly be useful for him during the coming adventures and research. Considering the window of professional skills, he notes that there have been changes here. A new skill has emerged, hunting treasures that passively helps to show hidden jewelry. The hero was so exhausted from thinking about his own character that he began to yawn. Feeling fatigue after all today's adventures, he decided to lie down directly to the floor, mentally noting that it was time to go to bed for a long time. Leopin looks into the ceiling, thinking about what surprises and challenges will bring him tomorrow. After all, tomorrow he has an unknown way, the first day at school. However, he finds fun in the belief that thanks to his own abilities, he is able to overcome any obstacles. With these thoughts, you fall asleep quietly, and in a moment you wake up, quietly singing under your nose. His gaze involuntarily stops on the window, which spreads the darkness of the night sky. Realizing that the window is still at night, Leopin decides to take advantage of the moment and give up a little more sleep. He is again wrapped by a nap, but in a moment he wakes up, opens his eyes and slowly stands up. The hero covers the suspicion. Something is wrong here because this time he woke up cheerful and full of strength, as if he was really sleeping. In the end, he comes to his feet and slowly heads to the window, thoughtfully noting that the glass and then the night darkness prevails. Suddenly, Leopin is alert, noticing something suspicious, and immediately forgets about his yawn. Storing his gaze out the window, he unexpectedly notices an unperceived darkness prevails behind the window. He confesses that he has never met such dense darkness. Touching something firm, he is mastered by anxiety, as if something in this world went wrong. From this thought, its tension only increases. Leopin extends his hand forward, and it is only necessary to manifest his strength as the paper on the window breaks and flies through. Looking at the surrounding, he stops his gaze on the sheets and studies it closely, thinking what it can be. Subsequently, the hero realizes that he lies a scroll, covered with black paint. The strip is glued straight on the window. In his opinion, a fresh question is instantly appeared. Who thought to create one? Even if someone has thought of revenge, this strange way looks extremely bizarre. Suddenly, Leopin looks to the sky and notices that the sun has long risen high above the horizon. Anxiety appears in his eyes. Heavy drops of sweat rolls on the head. The hero suddenly realizes that he is in a difficult situation and tears out a desperate cry, which is much late. At this moment, A stretched man with a gorgeous mustache, who headed in the west and stood near a grand building, turned to the gentleman. He solemnly announced the completion of the morning briefing and praised the students who gathered in the schoolyard. He announces that lessons start after lunch, but on the occasion of the first school day, invites everyone to treat special flavors. In addition, he adds that patrons take care of the students, which immediately raises the mood to the audience. The audience is enthusiastically monitored for his every word, and the news causes a real lift of emotions. A wave of admiration is raised in the crowd. Everyone is genuinely rejoicing that they will finally get their bento. The man announces that the guests will be able to enjoy lunch in a cozy patio. Once in the heart of the crowd, Manaki stared at all, hoping to see the hero at least the edge of the eye. Where did he go? At this point, they make exquisite gift boxes that the man gives out to the audience. Suddenly his mind is transferred to the success of Sony surgery, and a cunning smile emerges on his lips. The man recalls how last night, waiting, until Leopin plunged into a dream, he hid his face under a scarf to stay unrecognized. He got quietly to work. He carefully brought the window, gently gluing it with paper. The presenter covers his mouth with his palm. I am sure that now the hero is unlikely to appear on time. So, his supporters will meet Leopin just, and probably disappointed in him. The deputy already anticipates a fascinating sight, and this does not go unnoticed for students. One of them, a little embarrassed, addresses him with the question, "The deputy, everything is fine with you?" Component placement. And the other only shrugs with your shoulders, they say, has no idea what it is about. In the end, the man is interested in the cause of Leopin's delay, and then distributes bento for participants in special training. After completing, with noticeable pleasure, he pulls one of the boxes to himself. Wishing everyone a pleasant appetite, students take food. Meanwhile, our hero, in a hurry, finally comes to the right building. Having penetrated the territory of the event, he quietly, on his fingers, goes inside, and with surprise notices, the resting room is empty. Leopin is anxious about how quickly the minutes pass, and is confused with what is definitely late. But suddenly he looks at 3 flags are fluttering on the opposite wall, passionately dancing in the gusts of wind. The hero draws attention to the flag hanging in the center. His color is strikingly different from the rest, as if he intentionally different from others. He looks carefully at the flag, thinking why black on it seems so unusual and mysterious. At that moment, Leopin comes to awareness, and he exclaims with enthusiasm that this is all the result of the action of his treasure seeker. The hero enthusiastically lifts his gaze into the sky on L, impressed with the incredible observation that allows you to notice such distant details. Suddenly he notices that he is in a hurry and is almost ready to leave the place. But at that moment it is covered by a new thought. Leopin fades, thinking, will something change if he comes a little later? The delay is no longer passing. The hero reveals the menu with his specialties, and instead of the treasure card chooses the path of ninja. He easily jumps against the wall and firmly clips for the edge that rises above the flags. Leopin chooses a dreamy flag and solemnly lifting him over his head gladly proclaims, finally he got the desired. Realizing that the true purpose calls him in the other direction, he leaves the path of ninja and chooses a new path. He becomes an appraiser. Suddenly the deputy, enthusiastically with a cake, suddenly recalls an important announcement. Not having time to chew a piece, he hurries to say it, saying words with his mouth stuffed. It reminds students of the need to elect the school president, but he immediately clarifies. This time everything will be different. There will be neither election race nor duels. The one who will be able to find unique artifacts scattered throughout the academy will win. The deputy director announces that he hid a mysterious thing in the walls of the school, donated by one of their fans. The news instantly raises the rape among students. Everyone is trying to guess what it is for a mysterious subject. However, the man ignores their questions and does not interrupt the broadcasts. He announces that the student who will be able to bring him this person will receive the post of president of the student council. However, the deputy still decides to hint students. This rare thing is skillfully hidden among the usual subjects, disguised as a very everyday little thing. School children are more and more interested in this topic. They will pour questions and share their original guesses. The man just smiles mysteriously, but eventually decides to share the story of this mysterious, hidden artifact. His eyes flash in his eyes, the pupils are narrowed, and a predatory smile blooms on his mouth. And at the same moment, he announces with a triumph, a hidden artifact is a dragon's skin. Meanwhile, the protagonist carefully examines the newly found artifact. He gets a trophy 50. the skin of the dragon. According to the description, it is a tanned skin of a legendary winged dragon swept with a black storm. This artifact was a huge skin flap, absolutely whole and without any scratch, which only emphasized its uniqueness and exceptional value. Leopin covers genuine surprise because of his unexpected discovery. He cannot understand how she was in this place. He thinks that probably the organizers simply inadvertently made some unfortunate mistake because of carelessness. Because of this, the hero decides to simply grasp the skin with him and turn to teachers to find out that it can symbolize. The man loudly announced that he hid in the schoolyard a unique thing, the skin of a flying dragon. Vigorously waving a fork and giving each word special weight, he promised, "The student who will be able to find this amazing find will receive a valuable gift." The man notes that this student will soon head the student council of this school. The crowd is glad to respond to this proposal. Some have already suffered an imagination. They have a passion for the president of the student council, allowing dreams to lift without borders. Others call for a candidate's search immediately. Hearing these exclamations, the deputy smiles contemptuously, as if smiling over all this fuss. He persistently addresses the students, urging them to remain vigilant and as concentrated as possible, because the skin of the dragon is cunningly hidden in the most unexpected corners. Using a protective spell, the teacher is shared with stunned listeners. Because of the incredible complexity of this magic, to find the skin of the dragon in less than a week is an impossible task. Virtually waving a fork and vigorously waving his hands, he promises a presidential chair with pathos if they are able to find a unique, rare thing in a week. Suddenly in the yard runs the shocked Leopin, pulling on the shoulders of the dragon skin. He hurries for his delay, trying to reassure the surprised present. All views are instantly attracted to an unexpected guest, but Leopin first and foremost apologizes to the deputy, not fully realizing what is happening around him. The man rotates sharply towards Leopin, far from thought to see him right now. But as soon as his eyes stop on the skin of the winged dragon that he holds, his face distorts the fright, and the cry of horror breaks out of his mouth. The deputy falls on the ground, not understanding what happened, while the hero unfolds a flap of the skin and says that he just accidentally found him. Leopin comes closer to the man, inquisitively asking what it is. He, noticeably lost, begins to move from his feet to his foot restlessly and move back quietly. But the deputy, surprised, raises his voice again. He looks at the hero confusedly and asks whether he really is in his hands the skin of a flying dragon. Hearing these words, Leopin fades. He immediately understands. Before him nothing but the skin of the dragon. Surprised, he turns to the interlocutor, officially calling him a deputy director. And with interest, he asks to tell more about this find. The hero again looks at the skin and thinks of why she was hidden under the guise of the school flag, which is the majors on the wall of the building. Anxiety is spreading in the crowd. One of the students does not hide the surprise. He is genuinely surprised that they are the skin of the dragon, because at first glance it seems quite ordinary. Since the deputy expressed this proposal, students unanimously decide to elect Leopin with a new chairman of the student council. The man is stunned by such news and immediately understands. He needs to act immediately to turn the situation in his favor. He lightly grasps on his feet and recognizes his mistake. The man emphasizes that this could not be the skin of the winged dragon. Leopin looks at this kind of behavior and tries to argue, trying to convince the audience in the opposite. But at the same moment his deputy deliberately breaks him, throwing contemptuously. They say, "It is only dirty black skin." He magnifies the hero with contempt and allows him to do with his skin. However, Leopin still decides to ask if this man really does not need this thing. He rises, turns away, and vigorously gestures, letting know the hero that he is too urgent. Because of this, the man persistently asks him to leave them alone. In response, Leopin strongly states that he takes away the object. He blossoms in a smile, sincerely rejoicing that he got such an unusual and funny find. It is at this moment that his admiration is interrupted by an unexpected female voice. The guy looks around, leaving his new admiration. Leopin rotates sharply and notices behind the back a girl glowing with a happy smile. Brilling with joy, he greets Monika with a good morning. After that, the hero goes closer and is interested in whether noon hour has come. It is very cheerful. Covering his mouth with her hand, Monika laughs and jokes that Leopin is still behaving like a sleepy target. Monika confesses that she has grabbed some food, and if he does not deny, she is ready to share with him half of his stocks. Overlooking the box, the hero instantly guesses. It is about gifts from fans. However, considering them more closely, he realizes that he will not need these things. These are products designed for a girl. Surprised by such an unexpected answer, Monika fades for a moment, looking for at least some argument in response. However, Leopin immediately adds that if she does not have breakfast, he will certainly be late for day lessons. He climbs into his pocket, removes several masua berries, and assures that they will be fed and satisfied with their lives. Then he takes one berry, threw it to his mouth, and the monk silently monitors his every movement. When Leopin is finally determined by her decision, the girl realizes that he should say at least the word. At this point, his careful look is directed directly to her. Monika smiles charmfully to the protagonist and enthusiastically offers, "Let's change the dishes. I so want to try these berries." Having accepted the invitation, the hero with his company goes for a picnic in the picturesque nature. Manako and Leopin are comfortable with a green lawn, with delight decomposing the prepared flavors. She pushes a piece of bento to the fork and extends it to the main character, pleading to open her mouth as if a baby. Her face blossoms with a joyful smile when she watches this moment. Leopin watches her with a mysterious, almost incomprehensible look, and the girl in response gives him a warm, friendly smile. Finally, having gained courage, the guy opens his mouth, and it is at this moment that the Makov delicately lifts a spoon with the dish, saying something in a gentle voice. Just in a moment, he has time to try the dish and immediately admires its unsurpassed taste. Such delicious food causes a real admiration. Monika sincerely thanks the hero for the delicious berries, as suddenly behind their backs the unexpected voice emerges. Someone with delight marks the seductive aroma. Akimi carefully approaches the students, apologizes for interfering with their conversation, and only then is quietly located nearby. The girl appeals to the hero to allow her to break a little berries for her alchemical experiments, because she would gladly use them as valuable raw materials. Leopin looks at her with surprise, and eventually agrees and extends one berry. The girl fades for a moment, but suddenly clicks his fingers and skillfully grabs a fork from another student. She then chooses a broccoli fork and gently brings her to Leopin, gently offering her mouth open. He carefully stretches on food without hiding the surprise. Kemi repeats the same movements as Monika before. Carefully biting broccoli, the hero suddenly discovers her taste and enthusiastically shares this discovery. The girl in response does not hold back a joyful smile and admiration. Suddenly, Leopin sees another plug. On the opposite side, the octopus tentacle is already stretched. He looks sharply and sees a Shinobuko, which has settled nearby holding a fork. She monitors him closely, looking forward to when the hero finally tastes the cooked dish. Then the hero completely returns to her and asks with interest why she is here. Trimkos first tries to say something in response, but suddenly begins to push food in his direction without words, until he stops it with these rather funny actions. Suddenly, just behind their backs, another girl appears and, angry, demands in Shinobuko's explanations. What does she allow? After that, she reminds her friend that their main goal is to return the Monika, not to have dinner with strangers. Meanwhile, the surrounding students are surprised to follow this strange company, as if they are not aware of what is happening in their eyes. Shinobuko, asleep and carefully looking at the hero in the eye, strictly points out that this dinner is their last joint meal, because the next meeting will turn into death. Leopin thinks about the situation and concludes that there is really no fear for him. Meanwhile, the girl turns angry to Shinobuko, already preparing to express her everything he thinks. However, Monika joins the conversation unexpectedly. With a light smile, she proclaims herself. The girl looks at Monika and turns to her. A slight curiosity is captured in her voice. Cameo intervenes here in the conversation, stating that he himself does not mind treating the hero delicious, and he is sure that he will definitely appeal to him. Watching this lively dialogue, the students around the company are surprised and thrown into the company surprised, sometimes puzzled. Then Shinobuko makes an assumption. If Leopin eats or at least quenches hunger, her attentiveness can weaken. However, Kem, annoying and closing his eyes, realizes that the interlocutor did not understand their hints. After all the girls at the same time bring a fork to Leopin with their treats. Not sure of what to start, Leopin first casts his gaze on Kemi, who looked away in anticipation of his choice, and then translates his eyes to Monika and Shinobuko, who also wait hard for whose dish he will try the first. One of the girls persistently incite the hero not to delay and take himself, because the crowd, struck by the sudden development of events, has already gathered around. Some of the students are eaten by frank envy. They do not restrain and ask what he took the mountain. Others are amazed, at least. Monika and Akami, the two brightest of the 5 school beauties, if you believe in internal ratings, choose to sit side by side. The rest does not understand. What prompted such magical girls to take place near the one who frankly calls the scum? The main character? While the dissatisfaction was raging around, one of the students slowly removed the glasses and took care of the glass carefully. It seemed to comprehend everything that was happening deeply, and came to the conclusion that it is probably just exhausted by a new environment and continuous hard work. After that, the Weiss again slowly removes the glasses, thinking aloud that exhausting work seems to have finally started to cause hallucinations. After pausing, he puts on his glasses back and plunges into thoughtfulness. He is convinced that Monika remained with Leopin not from love, but from pity. Actually, it is not even a manifestation of kindness or someone else's support. And if it has not yet been clear why the most attractive girl of the school spends time with him, all this seems solid delusion. Suddenly, as he immersed in his own thoughts, another student is suddenly calling into the maelstrom of his own thoughts. It is at this moment that a few more guys approach them, which are full of curiosity to see a strange company close. Sibs asks Kemi with surprise why she behaves so alienated. He confesses that no matter how much the steps towards it, it avoids it every time without opening any feelings in response. At that moment, another student explodes with anger, begins to rage on Shinobuko and reproach her for playing ruthlessly with his feelings. Students turn to the main character, warning that he does not lose their mind under the influence of emotions. But suddenly, they are interrupted by the unexpected appearance of a stranger who powerfully orders everyone to stop immediately. Both boys look around with anxiety when another girl suddenly appears in front of them. She asks strictly, "What did you do here?" A girl named Carl, who attended the 20th grade, lived. She thought in surprise, "Do these two really despise the hero?" In the reflections, Carl remembered how recently, when Leopin studied near them, he was all around them. Suddenly, Sibs comes to her and asks, "What happened?" The sister turns to the girl. Feeling some alertness, he begins to think whether the girl has been jealous. Her cheeks instantly flare up with a bright blush, and she tries to refute everything with sincere passion. And Carl only shrugs his shoulders. They say it cannot understand why the mood of the students is so strikingly changing as the main character is expelled. However, the man notes that at one time she, like the rest, also mocked Leopin. The woman replies that she had to do so, but does not reveal deeper grounds. She quietly admits Sibs that girls do not always say aloud what they really feel. Suddenly, Weiss returns to the students sharply and calls them to stop spending time for empty conversations. It makes it possible to go, although the purpose of the trip is still secret. Carl immediately asks where they are heading, and notes that only a day is in full swing. Recovering, he calmly corrects the glasses and says that they should be found as soon as possible. Quote, "The skin of the winged dragon." Suddenly, Monson joins the conversation and warns Weiss. Hiding magic does not have the chance to find such a rare thing throughout the week. But crossing his hands on his chest and smiling, he calmly states, "Such is quite likely if the shell chases a normal mortal like his interlocutor." Weiss confesses that he is a sage, and he will take only a few hours to search for a hidden thing. At this time, the Sibs is embarrassed by the capture of his leader and swear to follow him, without even realizing that the skin of the dragon has long been behind the hero's shoulders. Weiss shines with sinister eyes on Leopin, hinting that he obviously hoped to avoid punishment heading the student council. From this, Weiss makes a sarcastic conclusion. Allegedly found the hero leather, only a casual piece of cloth raised somewhere near the trash. White notes that this gesture is as petty and unintelligent as Leopold himself, as long as the girl fun, in turn, treat him with their own hands. Thanks to this student initiative, a wave of support of the boy is growing rapidly. Even Sibs and Monson join her. Inspired by such unanimity, Weiss urges everyone to go together in search of a mysterious artifact. He announces that from now on, their class will act as a coordinated team, united by a common purpose, to find a mysterious quote that is equated with the skin of a flying dragon. Therefore, the young man notes that while this phrase remains unknown, students of the 20th year of study will not attend lessons. He calls for classmates to take a chance and involve as many other students as possible. At that moment, the protagonist gets up. He stops the girls with a light movement and, smiling, says that he has already ate plenty, thanks them sincerely for their care. Their views are inseparably attracted to Leopold, and it is at this moment that Monika is careful about whether he is confident in his words. The hero enthusiastically supports the words of the interlocutor, noting that girls may not really be enough. But he did not have time to end his opinion as suddenly his level increases sharply. Akami notices a bright flash, which indicates a level, and Monika, full of joy, cannot resist. She applauds enthusiastically and welcomes it. It is thoughtful about how their efforts bring the result rapidly, and asks whether she understands it correctly. Leopin noticed with surprise and joy how his level has increased only thanks to the usual lunch. The young man has an updated picture of his abilities. The agility jumped from 1100 to 1200, and now a new profession, a tanner, has opened before him. When the dinner finally ended, Leopin took the word and began to explain that studying at the Royal Academy of Personalists was divided into two directions: main subjects and additional courses. Stepping on the street with a skin on his shoulder, the hero thought that the electives usually begin after lunch. As far as Leopin remembered, such classes are discussed with the whole class, and only after the joint consent of the students make decisions. He recalls that he is trained in a special preparatory class, so he realizes that he has no grounds for anxiety. The hero enthusiastically notices that he now has the art of duplication of the skin, treating the cast of the fog leather. He sincerely rejoices in such a favorable development, because now no other profession would fit him better. Leopin eagerly unfolds the skin, and a genuine admiration is passed on his face. He finally made his choice. Now he has an extremely rare and truly valuable prey, the skin of a volatile dragon. He is really capable of creating something. The plot brings us to the heart of the Royal Academy of Pioneers, to the head office. The director, without hiding his annoyance, strictly reproaches the deputy, sharply demanding explanations about the situation. He claims that he was going to arrange a real spectacle during the election to the student council. However, unexpectedly, the main character is the first to find the skin of the winged dragon. Puzzled, the man asks Leopin as he managed to get ahead, and annoyingly begins to make his fists on the table. The deputy is carefully trying to express his disagreement, delicately emphasizing that they have not been able to take care of masking. He persistently proves to the director that the organizers really used a dispensing, removing the skin just on the roof, cleverly hiding it under the guise of the flag. But the director again annoyed his fist on the table, and sharply throws the deputy constant tendency to find excuses in all circumstances. Seeing such a harsh reaction, he solidifies for a moment, Heald heard audibly sighing in tense silence. The director, crossing his hands on his chest, is indignantly declared that such a position of things is a real shame, because Leopin is not suitable for the role of the president of the school. However, he immediately emphasizes, this does not mean that everything will do without consequences. The director is aware that there is only one opportunity, to resort to a cunning reception to snap the skin from the hero and bring it back. Otherwise, he threatens to reduce the deputy to the acting responsibility. Such an unexpected development of events stuns it, knocking out of balance. The director, with a strict appearance, asks whether his words were understandable, and the man, stunned by fear and squeezing his hands, immediately bows his head. Suddenly, a terrible idea is flashing into his head, which he does not hesitate to decide to tell. The deputy voices his suspicion to the director, but he only questioned and distrustfully asks, unable to immediately understand the content of the herd. He then throws a cynical proposal to tear the unique skin of the flying dragon on the flap, again emphasizing that it was allegedly junk. In his opinion, if the hero is so frivolous to get rid of a rare trophy, given by an influential ally, then everyone will only laugh at him and consider the meaningless fool, unable to estimate the true value of such things. The director gladly agrees that it is a brilliant thought, and an inspired man urges to entrust the embodiment of the idea to him. Leaning closer to each other and covering their mouths with your palms, as if real conspirators, they are looked at with wicked smiles. Today, Leopin will definitely not escape their jokes. Soon, the hero, carrying a leather cloak on his shoulders and squeezing in the hands of paper, she slowly travels to the corridors of the academy. Without looking away from the tables on the door, he eventually finds a tanner audience and, sighing slightly with relief, goes to the class. Going inside, Leopin did not hide his surprise. He did not expect to see such a crowd. In his gaze, He read a genuine surprise while he carefully surrounded the hall with his eyes, looking for at least a piece of free space where he could hold and wait. Suddenly, the air cut a solid, powerful voice, which loudly raised a hero by name. It was the deputy himself. He was a finger gesture to Leopin to himself, assuring him that the place was waiting for him. Everything has long been prepared. The hero turns to a sound that has attracted his attention, but notices only a void in that direction. He addresses the deputy with a message that there is nothing there, and is interested in where his table stands. In response, he hears a sharp answer. Such orders are introduced at their school. Realizing that the choice is not left, Leopin slowly suits and gently unfolds dragon skin on the floor. Meanwhile, behind his back, the deputy cannot hold a sly smile, pleased that his idea unfolds exactly as he expected. But suddenly one of the crowd attracts the hero's attention. A fragile, modest girl appears in front of him. She warmly welcomes the students and is a leather, cut, and sewing teacher. With a light, friendly smile, he calls his name, Fluffy, and sincerely adds that he is glad to get acquainted with everyone. In the classroom, the mood is suddenly dominated. All the students are lively as one, waving her hands. Leopin immediately notices. This girl is very popular with classmates. He is pushed on the floor near the deputy, and here the fluffy teacher suddenly begins to apologize to the students. She announces that because of the excessive number of students in the classroom, everyone will have to join a group of seamstresses in a nearby audience. Suddenly the door to the office dissolves, and girls from the hallway come to the room. The fluffy joyfully welcomes everyone and shows where to go on. Meanwhile, the boys are already storming the unexpected appearance of guests. The hero, conveniently settling in almost the corner, notices, in the class opposite most students, girls. Fluffy goes to students and solemnly announces that for a better organization of the learning process, everyone should be united in a couple. At this point, Monika admires with his girlfriend enthusiastically, and this is what attracts the watchful look of the deputy director. Monika immediately feels anxiety in her soul. Like the wind picked up, he immediately rushes from the office and returns in a moment, carrying a gorgeous chair with which he hardly invites the girl to sit down. The assistant notes that in this case, fans will be able to evaluate her unmatched embroidery, and Monika is immersed in his reflection for a moment. However, in a moment, she firmly decides to give up such an idea, and the hero closely monitors the expression of her face. Suddenly the girl stops. Her gaze encounters him. From this unexpected meeting, her face blossoms with genuine joy, and she calls him loudly by his name. Hearing a familiar voice, Leopin lifts his eyes, and Monika confidently goes towards him. She assaults next to him, raises her hand and informs the deputy that he intends to stay here. He vigorously waves his hands and hurries to her. The deputy appeals to stop, emphasizing, if one of the fans finds a holy girl sitting right on the floor, it will inevitably give rise to many judges. The girl responds confused to what she saw and suddenly notices. Leopin also swept on the floor. After Monika, he voices his requirements. She insists. If the deputy wants to see her on a chair, the hero must do the same. Such words cause a wave of indignation and irritation in a man. He grows angry, realizing that he cannot allow events to develop in a similar way. Monika focuses on the deputy, who is confused and indecision, not knowing what to do next. Finally, the eyes of a man strain so much that red streaks appear on the proteins, and tears are treacherously rolling on the cheeks. Grasping his teeth from despair, he allows the girl to settle next to Leopin. Aware of everything that has happened, the hero gratefully appeals to the deputy, trying to cope with the excitement and even out his breath after experienced tension. Monika returns to Leopin. Her face glows with grip, and she exclaims that it is incredible. Leopin smiles and agrees, sincerely thanking her for this opportunity. When everyone was scattering in the place, Fluffy started classes. She admires that today the students will work with the craftsmen and create leather cloaks, and they will also sew stripes along with experienced seams. The girl reports that all the necessary materials and tools will be issued to the students, but warns, everything they created will remain owned by the school. However, Fluffy draws attention to a unique chance. Due to the fact that today is an unusual day, students should work hard, and then they will be allowed to take their completed creations home. The girl also specifies that students are allowed to take with them everything they can bring. The hero understands that these words concern him. Throwing a scattered look at the teacher, Leopin thinks, how beautiful it would be if there were at least some tools at hand. Suddenly, the fluffy conversation is bursting with the deputy, politely asking her to stop. he strictly emphasizes that students who attend special courses are prohibited from lending equipment for classes. The girl, a little puzzled, confesses that this rule does not remember. Despite this, the man insists. It really exists. However, he promises to help Leopin, extending him a magical iron pin and charming iron scissors, which he immediately pulls out of his sinus. Suddenly, the deputy director crosses his hands on his chest and sharply, with notes of rigor in his voice, announces that if the instructions are not fulfilled, students will be forbidden to use any equipment during this lesson. Fluffy tries to argue, addressing her husband, emphasizing that this is not enough for true creation. At this point, the hero silences and fades in place. Such a reaction makes Monak wary of his view. The assistant approaches Leopin with a friendly smile and delicately hands him scissors. He leans to the hero and asks, "Take the tools and rushing of the skin into small pieces until it loses value at all." And then he promises, "You will get a special, exclusive piece of skin." In addition, he passes the hero threads. At first, Leopin, focused on listening to the words of the deputy, gathers with the spirit, holds his breath, and then finally exhales, finding bravery. He is rejected on the back of the chair, rotates to the interlocutor, and is interested in whether he really understands what is happening. First, the deputy fades with surprise, and then he is interested in what the hero is referring. Leopin explains, "It is not so easy to break the skin of a flying dragon. That is why he recalls the man and gave him magical tools that can cope with this task for a while." However, the protagonist recalls the moment from the past when he first opened his dragon's skin before the deputy. This unexpected confession attracts the attention of the Monikons. She is interested in talking and seamlessly begins to listen to the dialogue. Leopin recalls the moment when, having demonstrated her husband's skin, he said it was the real skin of the dragon. He heard the other students, and everyone looked intently. Such unexpected attention has been drawn to the deputy, nervous tension and excitement. Feeling dissatisfaction, he again grabs for scissors and continues to work. Suddenly a man explodes with a screaming scratch, and blinded by a rage, waved the instrument chaotically. With the flash of rage, he thundered his fist on the table, and the sharp scissors sent directly to the unremarkable Leopin. The deputy allows the hero to make decisions independently. Moreover, he calls Leopin a young violator of the law only because he dared to call into question his sincere intentions. The antagonist carefully puts scissors on the table near the hero, as if offering a chance to take advantage of them. But this time, the man strictly warns, "Do not even think of dreaming of at least one thread. It's in vain." The hero takes scissors and studies their properties. The quality of the tool is the level 20, and they are made of iron, which is imposed magical charm. In addition, scissors have a unique opportunity. It is easy to cut any protection that resists cutting attacks. Therefore, Leopin is obtained by a thin needle tool and immediately accesses its properties. Filed with determination, with the devices new, it begins to work on the skin of the dragon. The hero's reaction clearly knocks out the deputy out of the track. He rushes in a passionate way, trying to stop the hero at any cost. In despair, he asks how to be so stubborn, and tries to prove that without threads, everything is doomed to failure. The man emphasizes that Leopold is so helpless that he is not even able to grasp everything on his own. Turning to the whole class, he states that such failures are a real reason for ridicule. The students immediately pick up his mood, and without losing the opportunity, begin to cap with liveliness from Leopold. At that moment, the pad frozen in front of the board, confused and without ideas, only looked closely at her. Finally, silence broke one of the students, throwing an abusive reproach, called him a fool. Monika is not restrained, sharply rises from its place and turns to the whole class. Suddenly the hero stops her rapidly, confidently meeting her look. He only asks her to hold on to him. Further, Leopin, despite the indifference of his comrades, strongly approaches the open window. He grabs firmly outside the frame, confidently puts his foot on the windowsill and prepares for the jump. With a look and gesture, he points out where to follow, and without hesitation, she can easily jump into the space outside the first floor. Everyone is curious about where Leopin was going, which steps confidently towards the forest. The general, looking carefully at his window, loudly states that he monitors the actions of the hero. The man is confused. After all, Leopin was so convincing and confidently talking, and now he suddenly decided to leave, which testifies to his indecision. Right now, a man thinks about whether it is time to move to decisive action. On the street, the hero stumbles on the impressive turning the plant. Digidur. Strong and elastic fifth vine, which resembles a powerful, thick snake. The hero is taken carefully to stretch this unusual trophy, interested in looking at his bends. The find seems to him extremely exciting and attractive. Leopin raises a sharp fragment of stone and gently cuts the creeper, thinking that in this way he will be able to carefully remove the bark and get strong fibers from its viscera. He carefully removes transparent, almost weightless fibers from the stem and gently spreads them on the ground. Meanwhile, students, leaning against the window, watch his actions with interest and share the guesses vividly what the protagonist thought. Leopin approaches a small pond and immerses the fibers into the water, thoroughly washing them. Other boys, meanwhile, imagine that he cleans some mysterious varieties of ivy. The hero gives the threads time to dry and takes the fire. At this point, he is overwhelmed by confidence. Everything is the best. Nearby, he ignites the fire and crafts a primitive hanger from the branch. On her, Leopin gently spreads the fibers, and they gradually dry in warm air. One of the students is surprised to say that the hero had a fire and immediately emphasizes, "It definitely has nothing to do with the skill of the leather." Next to his words seem to be stunned by the deputy, who silently squeezes his fists, barely holding back the excitement. The furryman, leaving his elbow, looks carefully at Monika and thinks of thoughtfully, "What is the plan of this hero?" Suddenly the girl interrupts the teacher and says with hot confidence, she firmly believes that her girlfriend will be able to overcome any obstacles on her way. She finally dares to turn to Leopin, calling him to be full while he carefully examines the fibers, because he hopes that this is enough for success. The hero carefully picks the threads and then decides to give them to processing. Students notice something non-standard in his behavior and immediately urge comrades to look more closely. It is at this moment in the hands of Leopinsa that threads from the 17th level of quality appear. It is an extremely durable and durable yarn woven from the fibers of the red crane, which is marked by wear and tear and contamination. The students, the teacher, and the deputy director were amazed at the lightning skill of the hero, who in the eyes of all turned ordinary vine fibers into strong and suitable thread. Some people cannot realize that Leopin is really able to weave threads, while others hear about his ability for the first time. Monika, stopping by the window, lifts her hands up and exclaims enthusiastically that it is incredibly. She is genuinely rejoiced in her girlfriend. After that, the hero strongly breaks through the office window, and all present, impressed, immediately diverge, holding his breath in anticipation of the following events. Surprised, Fluffy confesses that she had no idea. Among their students, there are really those who are able to create yarn. Meanwhile, the deputy director is already getting ready to prevent Leopin's actions. Suddenly, a man pushes his finger and loudly declares that such a yarn, they say, will not agree to anyone, skillfully inciting the crowd. However, the hero only smiles in response and summarizes that in this case, one thing remains: to take the risk and try. He slowly squeezes at his table and, focusing, gently moves the thread into the needle. Around him, comrades closely and curiosity monitor his every movement. As soon as the syringe was alert and vibrated deftly on the table, Leopin said that he was going to the case, and in a moment he developed his abilities. The hero instantly activates the duplicate skill, and his view changes significantly. It turns on the equipment and instantly takes to work. With a frantic speed, cuts and sews a variety of skin pieces. The girls are surprised to apply their hands to their mouths, enthusiastically looking at his skill. In their eyes, his skill is not inferior to the accuracy of the sewing machine. Simples cannot look, fascinatedly monitor Leopin's skill. How cleverly it works with the skin, creating numerous ties. But suddenly, as if an unexpected gust, Fluffy covers a strange feeling. Considering the collar, sleeves, and even neat pockets on clothes, she hastily turns to the hero, assuring that there is no need to try so much. However, Leopin does not respond to her remark, and in a moment proudly reports that everything is over. He removes the thing from the table and, solemnly unfolding it in the eyes of everyone, opens a massive dark cloak. His view radiates determination and confidence when he solemnly reports, "A leather cloak created by his own hands has already been completed." He remained motionless, squeezing the thing firmly in his palms, while the students were vigorously talking around that the cloak was sewn from leather. The teacher sharply extends her hands forward and suddenly gives out a short cry. Monika immediately runs to her, asking what happened. The fur suddenly rises into the air, its tiny calf begins to tremble lightly, and the fur is mysteriously shimmering in light. The teacher, in surprise covering his mouth with his palm, addresses the question. She is wondering, is this product really first class? The hero. This question jumped a little by surprise, because the incredible characteristics of things are unfolding right before his eyes. It is the cloak of a dragon capable of flying, a real masterpiece among magical artifacts. It is a coat that has the quality of the 96th level, is famous for its incomparable resistance to extreme temperatures. It perfectly protects from both heat and cold, significantly exceeding ordinary rain capes. Like many magical artifacts, it has unique properties, extended capacity and another useful feature, absolutely weightless on the body. All students cover a shock, and on the lobby of the deputy start drops of sweat drops. In the end, his nerves surrender, and the silence suddenly cuts a cry from the office. The hero insists that excellent quality is a characteristic that is often inherent in many things created by the hands of masters. High-quality products not only give a significant advantage, they are able to reveal the hidden power of the material. For example, in a truly skillful Leopin coat, the true magic of fabric comes to life. The hero views the product closely, holding it in front of him, and cannot understand what he deserved such a high appreciation. Subsequently, he looks at a teacher who, stunned by what he saw, frozen near Monika, is unable to believe his own eyes. She suddenly grabs the sleeve of the coat and exclaims with delight that she had no idea to meet such a capable student so early as it is able to create magical artifacts. Flaffy, moved to the depths of the soul, carefully wraps the product to itself, and the hero notices how tears swell in her eyes. Lifting her head, she is surprised to look at Leopold. Her reflections interrupt memories of rumors. Even the most experienced craftsmen manage to create a similar masterpiece of leather only every decades. Looking at how Leopin made new clothes with incredible skill and lightning speed, she could not restrain his admiration and called him a genius, like which the world sees only once every many years. Her eyes were filled with tears. Monika enthusiastically claps in the palm of his hand and agrees, assuring that her girlfriend is a true genius that appears only every decade. This leads students to a real shock. Some are not surprised and interested in whether it can be true, while others are already convinced that Leopin is undoubtedly a master of their business. Suddenly the deputy, who stood at the very edge, flashes sharply. His eyebrows were formidating. Without holding back emotions, he rapidly grabs scissors from the table. Armed with all the necessary equipment, he confidently points his finger to the hero and states it loudly that this is a serious mistake. The man suddenly states loudly that the cloak became so beautiful only thanks to borrowed needles and scissors. It was at this moment that he realizes that he himself gave these tools to use our hero. Monika with Leopin, covered with confusion and surprise, as if fascinated, do not look at the deputy nothing. But he does not think to stop a voice full of mystery. He explains that all this story is closely intertwined with the legendary divine needle of Soigas and the sword of the Kirsch system, which have long been transmitted to their family from ancestors to descendants. He lightly hid his tools in his pocket, which immediately attracts Flaffy's attention. She is interested. She asks whether the things are really full of magical power. He with excitement claims that she is not mistaken. But suddenly, the woman recalls one essential detail and decides to ask her husband. She confesses that she was still convinced that these two objects were the property of the school. However, the man is not in a hurry to clarify. Instead, he notes that everything is much more difficult than it seems, and does not intend to justify himself. Going to leave, he persistently emphasizes that these are his own things. He adds that he has urgent cases, so he is forced to leave both students and the teacher to do them. As soon as he leaves the room, the boys immediately have a conversation about what happened, and they do it directly in the eyes of the hero. One of them, by scratching the back of the head, confesses that he finally realized what the meaning is, and his friend picks up, they say. With divine artifacts, everyone is able to create a masterpiece. The guys then diverge in their places. Each of them unexpectedly feels disappointed with the hero. At that moment, Monika gently approaches Leopin, stopping for a moment, as if feeling his doubts and internal anxiety. She looks at the hero with delight without hiding his sincere faith in his ability. Amazed, adds that it is because of its extraordinary talent that the product has such a striking quality. Leopin only corresponds to a light smile, carefully braiding her words in memory. The girl was swaying that the cheeks were blossomed, and she admired that she dreams of ever to be compared to the skill with the hero, if she succeeds. Later, she approaches him and delicately asks if he does not hurt him, Teach her as well to use the needle as well as he succeeds. The hero suspects that Monika is probably a skilled seamstress, but he also skillfully owns a needle, and perhaps exceeds her in this case. Leopin agrees to become her mentor and invites the girl to create something in common. He usually picks up scissors, needles, and threads, and together they begin to embroider the intricate patterns on the canvas. Leo appeals to Monika with advice. Let her not hurry during embroidery, but will allow her own hands to lead it, because they will tell you how to create the perfect pattern. Monika agrees with warmth, jokingly calling Leo with his mentor. It is concentrated into the sewing, gently drawing the needle through the fabric, changing the direction every now and then. The hero, noticing her enthusiasm, warmly encourages the girl, encouraging not to stop and keep that confidence. He then reveals to her the secret of true art. To create a true thing, it is necessary to put a piece of her own soul. Leopin still points out that if Monika wants to give something special, she just has to see the sincere smile of the one she will give it. He looks sharply, seizure of her close look, and notes that she will now become more careful. The girl also turns his look to him. She is surprised on her face, and she is again interested in the cause of his smile. Putting the needle on the table, she carefully touches her chest. Monika closes the eyes, dissolving in the world of its own fantasies, and gradually draws in the mind the figure of a special person. The hero, leaning on the edge of the table, does not look from the girl, trying to read whose image comes to life now in her imagination. During the lesson, it seemed to have accelerated the course, following the hero's sublime mood. He watched the girl's movements closely, occasionally joining and helping her. At some point, the guy offered to combine a satin seam with long and short stitches. Monika, without breaking the gaze from his business, accepted his advice without hesitation. After that, he draws his attention to the girl, noting that the situation is reminiscent of the finale. But suddenly his ear captures muted murmur, which comes from the other side. Leopold rotates and notices a furry, which carefully captures each of his words in his notebook. She views notes on how important it is to sincerely share a smile with others, giving it a part of her soul. At this point, the teacher again emphasizes the key advice of the hero, to combine satin seams with long and short stitches to achieve true skill. Leopin throws her questions from which her nerves tremble. It is so embarrassed that she has a hurry to apologize. Suddenly, the voice of the Monikons comes to their attention, who announces the completion of work. The girl holds a small heart of fabric in his palms, and with excitement extends his lupa and inflafi, asking for feedback. Both study the work carefully, and the teacher is enthusiastically celebrated. The result exceeded all her expectations. This thing is a prestigious monarchy distinction, which impresses with incredible quality. Her skill was appreciated at the 13th level, and the decoration itself is crowned with a symbol of the heart, which represents the boundless love of its creator. The teacher suddenly clung to the edge of the table and settled on her knees. Such behavior lost the students. On their faces, the shadow of anxiety and confusion flashed on their faces. Admired by surprise, she barely translates his breath and does not believe her own eyes. It is doubted. Is it again the real quality? Interested and slightly embarrassed students are slowly gathering around the hero's desk and Monika, seeking to consider their works closer. The girl again looks at her badge, thoughtfully trying to understand whether it was her business. Leopin returns to her with a smile and is interested in whether she seems funny, and instead hears only how she utters his name. Monika without hesitation exclaims that her success is a merit of his support. Her cheeks are suddenly flashed by a gentle blush, and she hesitantly confesses that she has never dared to be. The girl wanted to say something else, but suddenly fell silent under the insightful look of the hero. Having thought for a moment, the Monika stretched his badge and carefully suggested that if he did not mind, she would give this thing to him. Leopin is stunned by this unexpected step and asks the girl if she is really sure of her choice. Meanwhile, a wave of envy is raised in the student hall among other students. Monika smiled warmly and assured that she was completely confident in her choice. She also confessed that from the very beginning she took this gift with the thought of thank the hero as her mentor. Leopin carefully accepted the icon from her palm, carefully examining it, taking into account the details of the previous conversation. He agreed to accept this gift if everything really matches her story. On her face blossomed even brighter smile when hearing this answer. You pay attention to a similar symbol and decide to share this observation with Manaki, talking about a similar style of design. The girl agrees with his assumption and explains that it is an exact copy of the family coat of arms. Leopin immediately flashes in memories related to this symbol. Monika unexpectedly pours a blush, hides his face behind his palms, and states awkwardly that this heart form is not so important. She begs the hero not to interpret the situation wrongly, because she did not want to recognize anything. All this happened by accident. But Leopin does not allow her to agree, confidently stating that he will now sew the icon. He instantly grabs the needle and is taken carefully to sew the product to the fabric, skillfully removing small flat stitches. Hardly finishing the sewing, the hero pleases the extra thread with sharp scissors, and then gladly examines his perfect work. This charming cape turns into a legendary Draconia mantle, the highest artifact, 109 level, class. In addition to its powerful magical properties, it is also endowed with self-healing. Even if the mantle is injured, its tissue will be completely restored over time. The hero is surprised to look at the 109th level and the description of the product. His jaw literally disappears from the impression. Students, not understanding what is happening, pay attention to his strange reaction and are interested in what happened. Leopin is still silent. After all, he is well known. When you combine made things, their quality, as a rule, does not improve and often even gets worse. Moreover, the hero finally realizes that, having reached the 100th level, he exceeded even the most outstanding masters. With such skills, the right moment to devote himself to serving the king. Now he opens all the scale of the limit that a true artisan must overcome. The hero carefully inspects his coat, thinking that he is able to cope with what is unbearable even for experienced craftsmen. At this point, Monika, standing behind his back, rotates and says with a smile that he's incredibly his coat. She emphasizes that his appearance is simply perfect. Suddenly, Leopin breaks out of captivity of his own thoughts. He recalls the recent phrase proclaimed by a girl and nod as a sign of consent. After that, he smiles warmly and expresses his sincere gratitude, because it was because of her. However, the girl, a little awkward, replies that he really owes everything to him. With a light smile on her mouth, she politely turns to the hero, asking to continue to share her knowledge with her, calling him his mentor with respect. It exhales lightly, losing a couple, and the girl laughs at the same time. Suddenly, the teacher interrupts them, healing for a moment, and turns to Leopin. The furs, with a touch of indecision, doubts whether he will be able to teach the hero something unknown, given his talents. But in the end, she still decides to ask, will the hero give the advantage of her class again? The hero of the answer is in no hurry, thoughtfully silent, plunging into his own reflections. At that moment, the annoyed deputy breaks into the hall with stands, seeking to drive away the anger. Suddenly, a sharp cry sounds, and in a moment, gypsum busts one after the other with a roar fly down, flying to the piles. The deputy, looking for the ability to translate the spirit, expresses his dissatisfaction with the hero, splits the curses, and confesses that he is already exhausted from endless humiliations and complaints about his address. Then he suddenly grabs the gypsum bust of the director and, not even having time to think about why, he thinks, not to crush this sculpture. Suddenly, his hearing is permeated by a sharp, full authority of a male voice. Looking at, he sees the director approaching rapidly. Frightened by this picture, a man in a panic grabs his feet and escapes as far as possible. The deputy goes to justify himself, emphasizing that he wants the director to notice. Again, Leopin seems to be guilty of all troubles. However, he immediately points out, in fact, the essence is not at all, because he has a much more significant business. It is almost not noticeable to the assistant carefully weaves the fingers on the table and addresses the director with a quiet but insightful question. A smart smile blooms on his face, and a barely audible funny breaks from his mouth. He explains that it is a subject endowed with a divine essence, which is in the possession of a common man. Hearing this, the assistant freezes without hiding surprise, and asks what is meant by divine in this case. Suddenly, the director approaches him, pulls out the scissors from his pocket, and solemnly explains that it was he who meant. He adds that these scissors are a very unique and valuable artifact. The director, filled with grip, squeezes his fists and admits that these scissors are not just a tool. This is a real divine artifact. He feels his aura radically changed. The deputy was completely lost. He helped his shoulders helplessly, and again throws a confused look at his boss, looking for clues. He then shared the news. The Royal Museum addressed them with a proposal to present these scissors at the exhibition. In addition, he emphasized that it would be a great advertisement for their school. The director expresses the belief that if the teaching staff really mastered this divine subject, the prestige of their school will certainly fly to heaven. The deputy, struck by such optimism, tries to deny, convincing the head that it is an impossible dream. Suddenly, breaking away from the enchanted dreams, the director suddenly comes to life. He is loudly exclaiming and with intense interest in the interlocutor why he came to this conclusion. At the same time, he tries to clarify. Does the deputy believe that scissors should not be transferred to the museum, but instead give them to the hero? He immediately waves his hands emotionally, denying the words of the director fervently, and insisting that it is not about those needles and scissors. Seeing such an answer, the director concludes that the dispute is exhausted. Sleeping, he rotates sharply and goes away, throwing goodbye to a phrase that was not going to offend the revered gentleman. Barely. The boss leaves the room as the deputy gradually becomes wicked after the shock. His face is distorted by scattered anger. He squeezes his jaw, and the throat breaks out an angry growl. Without holding back anger, he begins to shake his feet on the floor frantically, accompanied by a stream of swearing to Leopin, breaking his head. How did this pathetic boy manage to avoid punishment so cleverly? The deputy solemnly promises to do everything possible to complete the beginning, when suddenly someone unknown sharply interrupts him with a voice. What is happening here? Before him was a physical education teacher, Nick Baka, a tall, silky man with a friendly smile that is glowing. He immediately noticed how tired the deputy looks. A cunning, almost threatening smile blooms on the face of the deputy. Suddenly, he thinks that further on the schedule is the physical education, so he clarifies it in Nikki. Conveniently arranging his hands at the waist, he is happy to make sure that he did not let him know. After that, the deputy is easily interested in how the teacher plans to spend the rest of the day. Nick announces, together with students, they will go into the forest to develop orientation skills, because it is only their first lesson. But the deputy shows dissatisfaction with such a technique and insists on the importance of hardening through stiffer workouts, demanding first of all to hold a fist match. The surprised Nick tries to argue, but it seems to be a great idea. In addition, the deputy emphasizes that there was one person who sincerely wants to participate in the competitions. His gaze stops on the protagonist, who at this moment is confused with the nape of the nape, recalling that the next lesson is his physical education. The man appeals to the teacher demanding to study Leopin properly, so that he does not dare to move. While the deputy director explains his plan Nick in detail, our hero looks at his jacket and thinks, for the so-called special training class, the school does not even allocate a sports form. Having agreed to the situation, he decides to adapt and take part in the event that he has at hand. Coming out of the building, Leopin steps spacious way towards the physical education platform. After jumping the stairs, he joins the group of guys who have already changed themselves. Having glared at the classmates, the hero is surprised to think, does he really alone? Who came not in sportswear? Suddenly, a familiar voice is heard behind, who turns to a hero by name and makes him turn. Behind were the girls, whom he knew for a long time. An energetic Shinobuko, her girlfriend Aquama, and a cheerful monk. They waved Leopin with their hands, reminding that the physical education lesson will begin. The hero understands that he is significantly different from others, and frankly states that he does not see the point of dressing. He confesses that he wants to walk a little and look around. This answer causes a gentle, warm smile in Manaki, and it will once again ask him about it. Akami is surprised to notice how a strikingly hero changed in a new outfit. She notes that this image is really up to his face. Shinobuko, without holding back, adds that such clothes only emphasize the true courage in it. Suddenly, their conversation is broken by a girlfriend who appeals to Monika to go with her. It reminds of the need to prepare for classes, and at the same moment Monika mentions this forgotten assignment. When the girls are already going to the exit, Kimi suddenly stops, looks around the shoulder and says goodbye to the hero. Leopin also says goodbye and is taken to warm up. Slowly looking around, he thinks where it would be most convenient to take place. Suddenly, the hero notices students who lively and enthusiastically shared his impressions of the incredible landscape. He involuntarily holds his gaze on two students nearby. One of them enthusiastically notes that Monika and the champions simply look unmatched in sportswear, and jokes that it is not necessary to miss physical education. His friend Fun supports this opinion. It is at this moment that Leopin realizes that he definitely needs sports equipment, but suddenly something distracts his attention. The hero raises his hands, studies them focused, and suddenly realizes his level has become higher. Looking at his characteristics, Leopin noticed that his agility had grown even more. This increase opened a new profession, a fighter of the arts, and at the same time added a fresh basic skill to his arsenal. Reflecting on this unexpected discovery, he slowly asks himself, does the level increase simply because he looks at everyone around? The hero takes the first steps in the martial arts world, plunging into the subtleties and secrets of this ancient craft. He notices that several new skills were added to the basic skills. He immediately clicks on the icon with questions, trying to find out as much as possible. Before his eyes, the window floats with a message. It is one of the secret properties of his skill. It states, comprehensive agility, not tied to a specific scope. Leopin explains that the true essence of ability will only be revealed after the repeated use of its effect. He recalls that he had already heard about it. Leopin tries to explain that the basic skills for most professions are mostly similar. At the same time, as the level increases, there is a chance to reveal unique abilities with unexpected properties. According to the hero, all these skills are distinguished by incredible force. Leo, with a slight smile, is immersed in memories. Earlier, he sincerely considered himself a loser, due to the lack of any profession. But now, his reflection is about another. How to resort to this mysterious ability. The hero is aware that over time everything will be clear. Therefore, he dares to master a new profession, hoping to better understand what is happening around. With the change of classes, his skills are transformed. Now he is skilled in 3 different styles of martial arts. Leopin thinks whether you should quit all the strength to improve physical skills, full of hope to achieve true skill. Suddenly, one of the unknowns turns to the students, calling them to pay attention to the place where the voice came from. Looking back, they noticed how a teacher with a warm smile on his face lifts his left leg high. He gladly addresses the audience, sincerely welcomes everyone and announces, I am Nick Baku, your new physical education teacher. The students are increasingly admiring the trainer's muscular physique, and the boys are quietly envy his strength. Nick raises his hand and reports that before the lesson he wants to share with all a few considerations. He notes that some of the student is likely to know about the existence of a powerful magic capable of acting long distances at this academy, while the rest of the students carefully and intensely catches each of his words. The physical education teacher needs his hands and pays attention. In fact, this is not a drought. He explains, before us, a unique spell that can allow a person to live without the need for water for drinking. The protagonist plunged into the depths of his own reflections. It seemed strange to him that even during the exhausting work, he never felt thirst. The coach did not stop, emphasizing that such an act on the part of the academy was rather an exception than the rule. The students listened carefully, recognizing, to get drinking water here, a real challenge. Another girl nodded, confirming his words. The coach tightened his muscles, proudly demonstrating his athletic form, and noted that the chance to dodge still remains. He exhaled his nose loudly, and his face glowed clearly with delight and self-confidence. The man explained that the art of escape is a kind of magic power that allows you to drive away the formidable animals and the monster. However, one of the students was in doubt whether they really had to deal with such creatures. The coach emphasized that students need to be particularly careful about his words. He warned that from tomorrow, this magic will gradually weaken. The students finally realized the true meaning of the hard. Now there is a path that the monster will be able to invade the homes of the guys. That is why physical hardening becomes such a key component of their survival. Leopold seemed to unravel the meaning of the words of the mentor. The coach emphasized that all their energy will now be aimed at improving in the martial arts and persistent training. The man jumped from the stage and announced that the monster would not wait for them to grow up and increase their level. His words stirred the boys near the coach. They had a fear in their eyes. The man answered a smile and added that today they would have to try their hand in a duel without any weapons, relying solely on their own skills and professional skills. The students looked up in confusion and began to ask what exactly had happened. The coach only laughed, and later smiled kindly and promised to demonstrate everything in his own example, so to worry them. After that, the coach returned to Leopin, nodded and laughed unexpectedly. This reaction was embarrassed by Leopin. The man pointed to Leopin with a gesture and wondered what name the young man was. Such a question jumped by Leopin by surprise. The coach smiled barely noticeably. Leopin sighed, thinking that the deputy made a lot of effort. It seemed to him that they were probably already aware of how his name is. However, the man suddenly laughed, confessing that he had no idea what he was pinged up, and called him a boy with a smile. The man, without holding back, shook the boy in a rude word, after which he quit the question. Does anyone here know his name at all? Leopin wondered how many people really know how his name is. The man tricky his finger and noted that Leopin in these parts was already a real celebrity. So the boy should not hide. It is time to appear on people. Then he laughed sincerely and good-naturedly. The man nodded and suggested to melt in a light sparring. Leopin wondered, scratching his back, and then he agreed with a sigh. Subsequently, the guy was opposite the coach, and a whole crowd of interested audience was already gathered around. The young man smiled slyly and threw that they were a real junk before them, and the benefits of him were short. Another young man added that the coach will quickly read Leopin and correct the situation. Subsequently, this guy joined Nick's teacher, supporting his views. At this point, the girl noted with interest that something unusual was waiting ahead, because she was sure that Leopin would probably surprise them with a new fiction. The neighbor, who stood nearby, stressed. It was she who participated in his upbringing. Now both have begun to support Leopin. The Nick coach noted that Leopin has already become a real star. By revealing his respects to the enemy, he will take the first blow without fear, remaining without protection. Leopard receives complete freedom to attack his own discretion. Leopin carefully, without any hint of indifference, listened to his words. Come and ask directly, is it all true? That's when he really dares to act. After that, Leopin clasped his fist and firmly decided that he would no longer be a reason for mockery because of his clumsiness. Already in the next moment, he immediately involved the art of owning the body. He looked at the man with a careful look and decided to concentrate most of his abilities on muscle strength. After that, the young man confidently said, "That's the moment." The transition to the side of the young man. After that, he struck the trainer Nick and sighed heavily. Its indicators, status, level of vital energy, endurance, coordination, focus, magical strength, and all 5 senses, have decreased to a minimum. At the same time, agility fell to 200, and strength increased sharply to 2,500. The Knicks coach could not think that the guy would take such a powerful blow. The act of the young man stunned Leopin. The trainer Nick was lightning in that direction. A man lay on the floor, shuddering in the convulsions. A thick foam was knocked out of his mouth. We looked at his compressed fist and plunged into thought. Behind him, the boys were stunned by what they saw. Looking closely at his hand, we realized that the force of 2,500 is something extraordinary. He himself understands how powerful such power was. The boys were in the school building. A dark-haired young man with a focused look asked what happened just. The fair-haired guy thoughtfully asked if such a blow really. Some of the audience added that all this was more like a powerful explosion. Leopin looked at the audience with a careful look and saw in their eyes a reflection of his own anxious thoughts. However, the primary task for him was the first aid to the wounded. Suddenly, the silence cut a worried exclamation. Someone asked if everything was well with Leopin and Nick's coach. Suddenly, Monika gets out of the crowd and rushes to Nick's coach rapidly. Leopin immediately guesses that he expected such a reaction from her. She is not able to go past someone else's pain, so as a holiday, he cannot leave the wounded to his or her. Suddenly, Monika confidently grabbed Leopin by her hand, ordered not to let her go, and then asked if the young man came to her senses. She also wondered if she had nothing hurt. The young man looked at Monika in surprise and asked if she really noticed that everything was fine with him. Monika, in surprise to look at the new moon, could not tread what we were talking about. But Leopin, that's how he was called. Just a gesture suggested her look the other way. Turning her head, the girl saw a trainer Nick, who was unconscious on the ground. Monika exclaimed and hurriedly addressed Nick teacher. Leopin, casting his gaze on a confused girl, only noted that he immediately realized she saw nothing. Monika did not hide sincere surprise and asked what it was for nonsense. The girl, answering, said that all this time she carefully watched Leopin. Only imagining that something terrible could happen to the young man, she felt true fear. Leopin ran a hand on his face and confidently assured that he was quite clear. The girls approached Nick's teacher, wondered worriedly if he was fine. One of them noticed that Nick seemed to be faint. Suddenly, at the same moment, the teacher's hand shuddered. Suddenly, he stood out of his chair and sat down. Suddenly, Nick's teacher scared the girls. Squeezed, the man wiped saliva from his lips and shone with a smile. The man, looking at Leopin, went into jokes, complaining him Mr. Certain. Smiling, He added that in this situation there was something ridiculous, while noting that Leopin's attempt to soften the effects of the collision remained in vain. The young man failed to correctly calculate the weight of his body. The man exploded with laughter and noted that Leopin did not even suspect it. Leopin did not descend a careful look from him, and other students took a breath, deciding that it was the most important thing that was worth noting. They lived in the discussion lively. They were surprised at all, because everything happened from a single blow. They said that only a hurricane of incredible 20th-level power is capable of causing similar harm. Leopin threw a short, full look at other guys. Leopold thought that he never met anyone from the 20th grade. They did not even come to physical education lessons, as if they were dissolving in the air. Meanwhile, his friends just enthusiastically studied the mysterious traces of the flying dragon. It was at that moment that the coach Nick spoke forward and called Leopin, emphasizing that he was their real luminaries. Nick solemnly announced, the jokes were over, now only serious cases ahead. Leopin, somewhat puzzled, asked that it should mean. Leopin asked if the coach really wanted them to continue. The Knicks coach raised his hand and confidently confirmed, yes, he is definitely interested in it. In addition, he noted that he has not yet shown the true power of the blow. It is time to prove it. Leopin turned to the mentor, asking whether you really need to act. Pushing Monika, he gave her to know, stay away. At the same moment, the man exclaimed that Leopin's voice could not think here. Leopin shakes. He realized that the situation had not changed dramatically in his favor. He realized that new statuses should be added immediately. With this thought, his mind immediately addressed the idea of activating the solid body regime. The Nick trainer suddenly gestured and confidently announced the end for Leopin. At that moment, Monak clenched her palm near her face, closing her eyes, as if trying not to see further. The Nick coach abandoned the head hero of La Paz. Leopin turned his eyes involuntarily, but later opened them slowly, holding his breath. Surprisingly, he suddenly realized that for some mysterious reason, he did not feel a crumb of pain. At the same time, his body, when touched him, became solid, as if a real rock. The Knicks coach clenched his fist sharply and moaned frantically without keeping his emotions. After falling on the ground, he did not stop complaining loudly on the broken bone. Apparently, the hand was really broken. At this time, Leopin watched him carefully without looking. Leopin looks confused, trying to understand the absurdity of everything that is around. Whatever its indicators, they could not give him such insurmountable power. Meanwhile, the students are comforting Nick's coach, trying to bring back peace. Leopin could not understand what had just happened. The students, stunned by the glow of the crystal, kept their breath and trembled with grip, without daring to believe what they saw with their own eyes. The guy grabbed his head, shouting that it is simply impossible. Indeed, Leopin did not suffer from the blow, and even calmly responded to the mentor. Another young man turned to a friend, urging not to draw hasty conclusions, because the skill of Nick's teacher is considered unsurpassed. They quickly realized that such could not happen in real life, and could not be surprised how it became possible at all. Leopin hesitated in his reflections, what he did not want to do. He inadvertently looked at Monak, for a moment, having imagined that she was about to help the teacher. But suddenly everything was different. Monak ran up rapidly to Leopin, asking him anxiety whether he was in order. The girl looked carefully at the young man without losing his eyes. She confessed that she was now watching him particularly carefully. She wondered if she was concerned about something, whether he was feeling pain, and whether he had everything. Then other girls came to Leopin, not hiding surprise. They were truly striking his ability to surprise the surrounding ones. Meanwhile, the other part of the company tried to help the teacher Nick, who, sitting on the cold ground, squeezed the wounded hand from unbearable pain. Everyone shouted loudly that only the patronage of the saint could save Nick. It was decided to immediately take him to the infirmary. Leopin watched closely at every movement, immersed in his own thoughts. Probably should be careful and not bend down blindly by glory and title. Monika was restlessly fussy, circling around Leopin. One day, a man in glasses announced that the Pioneer Education Commission reported needle and scissors were transferred to the Roman Museum. However, an independent expertise came to the conclusion these artifacts were fake. The man had no idea that there were such teachers. In addition, there were rumors that during the student's physical education lesson, he was sent to the knockout himself, Nick, a sports mentor. They say Nick only grabbed the offender by the hand, and he immediately fainted. After recent events, They thought about their own competence. It was quite embarrassed by teachers. The man in glasses addressed the director of the Royal Academy of Pioneers, his deputy and physical education teacher. He also noted that they would be deprived of current positions and transferred to lower steps. The men called him full of curiosity, stopped the step for a moment. In the end, the school principal lost the honorary status of SS, flew only to S. The deputy, in turn, descended from A+ to ordinary A. And Nick remained only to put up with the level C+, which soon turned into a simple C. Leopin was strikingly surprised at that moment. Having delved into the observation of his own window status, he suddenly caught remote shooters that had rushed out of the castle. However, fascinated by reflections, he decided not to attach much importance to them. Remembering the physical education lesson, he thought and realized that excessive efforts did not benefit. He realized that it was worth asking for points and distributing them between everyone more balanced. The young man, after finishing his affairs, smiled satisfied, noting that now everything looks much better. Then he turned and said, "It is time to get to work." Soon the young man grabbed the axe and began to cut down the trees, putting all his strength in each. Leopin folded beams in a cart and thought, "There is a protective spell around the school, which holds back monsters and all kinds of threats. However, from tomorrow, this magic will gradually begin to lose its power." Leopin drew images of giant monsters in his imagination and thought about how his life would change when they could be near these insurers tomorrow. Meanwhile, the young man carefully polished massive wooden beams with a pointed stone. Leopin expressed the opinion that if enough people in the living rooms of other students will be able to change each other on duty, so the losses will be minimized. He quickly erased his sweat from his forehead, as if trying to chase away the anxiety. However, staying in the forest alone is quite dangerous for the young man. So he decided to surround himself with a high fence to protect his stay. In other words, at first he had to do something. Only then did the young man sigh lightly, realizing that everything meets his expectations. He admired the fruit of his own work. The main character built a massive fence with a majestic gate. To create this fence, he used the GIS material, reaching the outstanding quality of 20 level. The gates were also made of GIS and had the same high quality, level 20. Leopin with delight noted that the fence with the gate looks just great. A smile was blossomed on his face, and suddenly the young man swept a strange, anxious anticipation. The young man noticed the flaming sparks and realized something similar to the increase is happening. Although the feeling suggested there is some kind of trick. In the meantime, he carefully reached for the gate. Suddenly there was a strange notification that stunned Leopin. It said that the house reached a basic level. The hero did not hide astonishment and asked what this mysterious base level means. Twilight gradually enveloped the sky over forests and dwellings, announcing the arrival of the evening. Leopin plunged into a deep sleep. Before that, he turned his home into a real strategic center. Landing on the floor and putting a small wooden board under his head, he smiled in a dream, as if he saw something pleasant. While the protagonist plunged into a restorative dream, members of the 20th group, without laying their hands, combed the terrain in search of the skins of the winged dragon. Heavy clouds thickened over the high fortress, covering the sky with darkness. Under the bridge, which ran to the majestic fortress, a pile of boys went down. They were in vain, trying to find the skin of the dragon. It remained a trace, and the school's door was already closed. Despite this, Weiss filled with optimism. To worry too early, because he will definitely come up with a way out of this mess. Weiss, referring to the children, noted that even if they could not get into the backyard of the school, other locations, including the surrounding area, should be examined. One of the guys carefully advised the mentor to listen to different ideas. In response, the Weiss took his fist and quickly returned to the sharp sound behind. A girl with golden hair tiredly sank to the ground. Looking at Weiss, she frankly said that she has no more. To move on, simply. Apparently, it is time to leave the search at least today. Along with his niece, another girl was sitting, and several boys were a small group nearby. Weiss, squeezing his fists, strongly stated that before dawn they must certainly gain the skin of a flying dragon. A dark-haired man suddenly escaped from the crowd and stood confidently in front of Weiss. After spreading his hands on the sides, he hopefully said that he very much wanted to believe. Weiss will not make them wander until dawn in search of dragon skin. White, pushing the glasses on the bridge, said, If the boys did not find the skin of the dragon, it can still be explained. However, he did not involve such a pathetic result. Heard the stunned boys nearby. Their jaws almost touched the floor. Weiss, meanwhile, confidently explained that if they obeyed his calculations and acted according to his strategy, they would already have the desired skin of a flying dragon. Carly's dark-haired inhabitant stood in front of Weiss, emotionally exclaiming that he was wrong. For all their search, they did not even pause to rest and eat. Weiss, having corrected the glasses, enveloped a restrained, almost ominous aura. With a touch of importance in his voice, he stated that he would now appear as a sage in order to give young men a useful instruction. Weiss, looking at the boys, strictly raised his hand in front of him and warned, "If they do not take the firewood, they may not even dream of dinner." A man with black hair squeezed his fists, and rage was nurturing in his gaze. A sudden gust of emotions tore out of the chest. How could she pronounce it? The low young man in the hood fussily rushed forward, trying to quench the crazy anger and balance the ignited passions. A low-height man, covered in a deep hood, raised his finger and confidently proclaimed that he could increase the evening feast 3 times. The man wrapped in a hood lifted his hands up, full of passion said, "Greenhouses come only to a full stomach." A whole group gathered in front of him, watching his every gesture carefully. Carl stood near a man with dark hair. Having raised her hand, she reported that they did not find food and have no place where it could be reached. The dark-haired only nodded silently, supporting Charles. The dark-haired man extended his finger towards Weiss and threw sharply. "Everyone here is just doing that. They were chasing this guy." Weiss, puzzled, looked at those who stood around him. The guy in the hood cast his gaze around, took off his backpack from his shoulders and lifted him from the ground. He assured that he was quite ready for the situation and still fed them. In a moment, he began to shake some things from his backpack. A whole bunch of mushrooms poured out of the backpack, which suddenly covered the ground with a colorful rug. Carl did not hide the admiration, encountered this unexpected trophy. Several guys came closer and carefully raised the mushroom without hiding their admiration and surprise. The young man in the hood was eagerly watching them, waiting for their reaction. The young man in the hood remembered how during a walk by the forest path, Leopin warned him of the danger of blue mushrooms. They are poisonous, after them, severe abdominal pain and hallucinations. The young man then justified that he was searched for edible mushrooms the day before. The young man in the hood ran his hand on his nose, as if hiding emotions. Meanwhile, his friend lifted the mushrooms and did not restrain the delight of a well-made business. Weiss raised one of the mushrooms and examined it carefully. Therefore, he noted with sarcasm that if you had at least a little mind like this mushroom, you would have found a volatile dragon's skin for a long time. Like, now you can relax. A dark-haired man just surprised at him. The boys went to cook and wished each other delicious. On the ground in the meantime, a mushroom hat was visible, shaking friendly, as if greeting them from all sides. Weiss was red and barely held back the trembling of the whole body. Some of the boys stood, the rest, they fell to the ground, grabbing their bellies, shuddering either from the uncontrollable laughter or from some sudden attack. Everywhere under their feet lay mushrooms, and near them the fresh thanks. Carl, grabbing her stomach, shaking from unbearable spasms, and thick sweat rolled through her pale skin. She whispered in a confusion that she could not understand why she was so bad, and desperately felt that death was already picking up very close. Alongside, in the grass, a fired mushroom was lying, and a little farther burning a bonfire, accelerating the dull light on the night shadows. A young lady with gold strands, wrapped in a rain-cloak, clenched her arms with her stomach and restrained sobs. Tears flowed down her cheeks. She stated in a decisive voice that she would not allow herself to die here. One of the boys noted that staying here is too dangerous. One of the young men strongly stated that without the immediate assistance of healers from other classes could not do. Hearing such words, he broke out rage and strictly ordered everyone to stop instantly. The boys gathered in front of the Weiss. Some stood, while others, when they rolled up, lay on the ground and grabbed for the belly. Weiss exclaimed that they behave like clowns and disgrace themselves in front of the eyes of numerous sponsors who are watching them closely. As soon as Weiss voiced his thoughts, the black man broke fury. He thundered with a voice that is now not to the chat. It is necessary to go to the medical center immediately. Weiss himself, without hiding the annoyance, sharply ordered the boys to stop the pointless pranks. They glanced gloomy in response, staring at him. Weiss spread on the floor, convincingly shuddering at unbearable pain. Gathering the willpower, he stood up and, pulling the curve with a smile, proudly said that it would be even more nonsense to get into the medical center now. This would undoubtedly undermine his authority among classmates. There was an unusual shade on the Pearl face. She raised her hands, with the hope that this time they would still be able to avoid death. Weiss stretched on the ground and strongly told the boys that he was forbidding them to do so. Some of them were also lying on the floor, while others sat on the side. They pretended that they did not completely feel the order of Weiss, and, wishing to keep their lives, did not intend to obey him at all. Weiss's palm lay on the ground, and around the boys, she was wrapped up, whispered. They said he was able to pull them into the abyss. But fear did not stop them. For the sake of life, they were good for everything. Weiss passed, pressing against the ground. His face distorted the grimace of tension, and from the corners of the mouth, foam flowed. He firmly stated that he would in no way reduce his rank. The guys were called to move to the medical center immediately. But the next moment, all together fell to the ground. They were engulfed by coughing and weakness. Weiss, barely holding back his breath, tried to sound, but the exhausted also lost consciousness, as did the rest. The next day, the 20th grade was found near the school gate. All the students lay unconscious. They were immediately sent to the medical center. Visiting the medical center is punishable by a fine. 20th students planned to assess C, however, because of their fine, their ball fell to C-. When the blonde guy opened his eyes in the infirmary, his exclamation broke his silence. The nurse, Lon, looked at him. Other patients, still unconscious, lay on the beds. The headmaster Nikadran sat at his table, nervously tapping his fingers. His face flashed with anger when he strictly proclaimed that even in the boldest ideas, he could not assume that Leopin's main character would build his own base. There was a book on the table, a sophisticated cat statuette stood, and a compact dark sofa stood in front of it. Nikadran settled at the table, thinking about how Leopin set so many records. Maybe he will be able to beat all the achievements of the academy in just one day today. Doors to the director's office dissolved slowly. Nikadran insisted that the situation could still be corrected by reducing the rating of laying in. However, given that it is a special class, such a course is unlikely to produce the desired result. The teacher went to the director's office and sincerely apologized to him for the hassle. Nikadran wondered if I could offer something really interesting. Oh, of course, I have a lot of wonderful designs. That's right. He calmly put his hands on the table, without letting the conversation go out. Subsequently, having lifted their finger, that everyone pays attention to him, he emphasized that other students will have to postpone their own affairs and to focus as much as possible on the construction of the base. This is the most important task that requires their complete dedication. None. Brutine informed with genuine enthusiasm that a brilliant idea was finally born. Now it was left to appoint the leader of the project, a person who will be able to cope with a variety of tasks. The EU was standing near the director's table. Her face was illuminated by a confident smile. That's right, the answer came. Only one person is able to handle this task. Weiss enters the director's office. Slightly puzzled, he asks if his help is needed. Behind him, the door is quietly closed. Nikadran spread his hands to the sides and was interested in how the Weiss felt. The EU stood nearby, hiding his hands behind his back. Weiss thoughtfully rubbed the nape of the head and replied that thanks to the care of a doctor from the infirmary, his condition had improved significantly. Weiss, looking carefully at the space in front of him, tirelessly explained that his presence here was not at all proof of his involvement in the incident. If he was called, it only means that he has nothing to do with the event. Nikadran, nodding and barely noticeably smiling, silently confirmed all of what he said. Nikadran lifted his finger, making it clear that he had grabbed everything, but emphasized, he came with a completely different intention. He had a special proposal. Weiss did not say a word, listening to every word of Nikadran. The windows in the director's office are tightly closed. The curtains fall folds, hiding the room from the outside world. Weiss, leaving his hands sideways, in passing that before the completion of construction is far away. Nikadran only shrugged. It was quite acceptable for him. And at the same time the table seemed to be glad in its own way, silently keeping peace. Prudran, with delight, noted that the case can be finished right now. It is only necessary to entrust the management of such an experienced master as Weiss. Nukadreen was enthusiastically pointed to the Weiss with his finger, and solemnly proclaimed, "From now on, Weiss would become the new head of the base." For Weiss, it sounded like thunder in the clear sky. Putting his hand to his mouth, he noted that the deputy could well attract students from other classes. Weiss slowly lifted his hand to his face to correct his goggles on the bridge. Looking at adults, he said with confidence in his voice that he was clear. A cat figure with a raised foot was visible on the desk of the director. Weiss insisted that only a real sage could be worthy of this role. The director was interested in and full of expectations whether Weiss really shared his idea. Weiss nodded, agreeing, but immediately noted that he had his own request for adults. The director with the teacher was surprised to shift his views on him without holding back his surprise. Weiss raised his hand and looked closely. Therefore, he said that, as soon as they managed to successfully establish the base, he dreams of being elected by adults to the president of the student council. Negatron solemnly lifted his clenched fist and focusedly said his consent. The task seemed quite feasible. He enthusiastically supported so, also giving his consent. If Weiss is able to set a record for the lightning creation of the database, it will not have any claims. Weiss wiped his hands against the adults, narrowed his eyes, and exposing his lips in a malicious smile, began to hamper. The director, together with the teacher, covered his mouth with his palms, picked up his mood, and also laughed with a cunning glitter in his eyes. Soon their wicked laughter became so loud that it was heard even outside the building. Even outside, the bright sunlight poured the room, penetrating the window. Leopin woke up, stretched sweetly, inhaling the freshness of a new day, and with pleasure noted that he had not rested so good for a long time. Leopold went to the window and got dressed. He gladly noted that the idea to equip the house with a fence and put the traps was simply brilliant. While he slept calmly, no soul dreamed closer. His gaze stopped on the girl suddenly. Her cheeks filled a light blush, and she brought her face up. The protagonist, Leo Pink, looks out the window and notices Shinobuko, who, turning upside down, stuck in one of his traps. He has ironically wondered if she is trying to make him care again. Shinobuko asked for help. Leopin, the hero of this story, bent his head, went into search of his own pockets, quietly murmuring that he does not remain. Leopin grabbed his own created wooden multifaceted ninja weapons with an elegant movement and skillfully threw it for the target. With a slight reproach, he added that Shinobuko could have avoided this defeat if she took into account the experience of the past. The rope, on which Shinobuko hung, suddenly broke up, and it blinked powerlessly to the ground. Still staggered with ropes, the girl carefully began to dream, trying to get rid of. Meanwhile, Leo Pink, the protagonist, looked at her through the window and thought that if Shinobu needed his help, she just should go into the yard. Shinobuko was surprised and exclaimed that during their next meeting they would have to finally settle all their affairs. Shinobuko continued to be on the floor, as if under severe pain. Leoping, with his elbows on the windowsill, looked carefully at the landscape outside the window. He did not leave the feeling that these phrases had already been heard from her mouth. The protagonist, Leopin, dissolved the door and stepped on the threshold with an angry breath, not pulling, which is all around him. Suddenly, he was alerted by an unusual roar sound that he has fought here. Leopin looked closely at the deep pit, the bottom of which was covered with sharp pegs. At the bottom, all in the mud, his teacher lay. Fortunately, he remained unharmed, although he was contaminated from head to heels. The EU's face flashed a shadow of fear and panic. Leopin, stunned by the unexpected appearance of the mentor, looked at him distrustfully and asked what purpose he appeared here. Someone was lying on the ground and begging for salvation, called Leopin. The protagonist sturdily glared, not realizing why the teacher was in such a trap. It slowly lowers the wooden ladder into a pit, the bottom of which was covered with sharp pegs. The teacher rose from the deep pit in which he stood, smeared in a mud and a branched branch. The worried Leopin immediately asked if everything was well with him. Jus, raising his hands up, complained dissatisfied that his exclusive suit was spoiled. They first reduced the salary, and now such unpleasant losses. Leopin looked carefully at Jasa and assured that if the mentor needs his help, I will just go through the gate. He just bite his teeth from irritation and snoop Leopin fierce, full of insults. Then, lifting the stick, he spent it on the ground and said confidently, he did not need a student from a special class. He rose from the chair and went to the exit with explicit annoyance. Leopin, The protagonist did not raise words, only silently escorted him. Leaving himself with his thoughts, he tried to understand why the teacher decided to come to him. The teacher has almost reached the gate, but suddenly stopped sharply, turned and leaned Leopin with an even more angry look. Yes, he began to rehearse that the classes were cancelled today. All classes are now devoted to pioneer affairs. Leopin suddenly looked forward, and from the darkness a bright light cut from above. A sign that its level has grown again. Involuntarily, he wondered if it was an official message while feeling a certain shame. After all, he gained a new level, luring people into a trap. Having gone to the yard, Leus caused an interface with skills and characteristics. On the transparent screen, his name immediately appeared. The profession is a logger, a variety of statuses, and a new intriguing opportunity flashed nearby. A proposal to master the craft of a carpenter. Leopin remembered how several people got into the traps he had. Handed on his face, he proudly thought that his ability to catch bad guests increased. This time insidious traps worked flawlessly. However, something was worried inside. The act was wrong. Suddenly his gaze stopped at something strange, which caused a true surprise. Leopin drew attention to new skills. Carpenter. He imagined himself in a special unicorn, carefully holding some tools in his hands. Leopin said that he had been working since childhood, so it was time to start creating furniture. Alongside you visible inscriptions with professional skills. The sun was generously boiling the earth in a golden glow, illuminating forests and mountains with bright light. In the yard, sounds of work were heard. Leopis worked tirelessly. He is catching, skillfully treated with a sharp, cut stone with a small wooden bar. The leopard is located on the ground. A pile of wooden bars stood around it. Leopin has completely plunged into his favorite business. His face was illuminated by a satisfied smile when he noticed that his skill allows you to work faster. As soon as the next detail was ready, he quickly threw it nearby. Leopin was completely plunged into work, working with incredible return. He confessedly confessed that to erect buildings for him is a real pleasure, because it is an amazing and exciting process. He was especially attracted to the unique attractiveness of carpenter's business. Every movement, every knock of the tool added a special magic to the surrounding atmosphere, spreading the melody echo. Leopin, lifting several wooden bars on his shoulder, cleverly held them with one hand, and the other grabbed extra wedge. With all these things, he went to the house, slowly telling how the fresh smell of the tree impresses his soul with warmth and incomprehensible peace. All in wooden dust after exhausting, Leopin finally completed the production of the table. With excitement, considering the newly created product made of a git tree, he noticed how successful the result came out. The level of quality of the product reached the mark 24. Having evaluated the characteristics, Leopin was happy to make sure that the table was ready for use. In addition to the table, Leopin skillfully fashioned a bed, an instrumental chest, and a comfortable chair. All these items were made at the same high level as the table. The quality of everyone was 24. The bed, along with the Leopin toolbox, put it carefully under the stairs, rationally using space. Leopin stopped at the table, carefully studying the things he had just made with his own hands. The bows hidden in their pockets gave him confidence. With the advent of furniture, the home became comfortable, as if it had finally healed life. His calm, focused look was directed forward, and suddenly something flashed in the field of view and struck his attention. He drew attention to how the base parameters were updated. Leopin studied the table of new, improved skills. His happy face was sprayed with dust, which only emphasized the brightness of joy. He proudly proclaimed that every time he became more and more skilled, and it brings him real pleasure. Leopin froze in front of the wooden table, slipping with his finger on the screen, exploring fresh opportunities. Suddenly broke away from the gadget, and realized that the time of lunch was already on the doorstep. The moment came to pause, and a snack. The gray sky hangs hard over the upper reaches of huge trees. In the middle of the forest, in the midst of the thickets of the bushes, the leopard was hidden, looking closely at edible mushrooms. The sudden noise alerted Leopinsa. He raised his head, distracted from his search, and thought, "In the residential area today is quite noisy." Weiss solemnly reported that the boys will now build a base under his clear guidance. Rising to the hill, from which he easily examined the whole crowd, he leaned the listeners attentive. Weiss continued, emphasizing that even if this regulation loses its force, the team should not worry. Handing his glasses in the design, He radiated unwavering confidence in his ideas. Squeezing his fist in front of his chest, Weiss exclaimed with inspiration that if the boys listened to the advice of a great sage, by the evening, their base would become a real fortress. Friends looked around without hiding surprise, so Weiss specified whether everything was clear to everyone. Wait, putting his hands on his chest, straightened in front of the boys. Skeptical exclamations began to spread in the crowd. Most did not believe that the construction of the base would be possible to end before sunset. Leopin, with his arms crossed on his belt, stood near a tree enveloped in dense thickets, not far from Weiss and boys. His gaze was carefully directed forward, and suddenly, like a flash, it came to why the pioneers received a break. Leopin, hiding behind a tree, barely smiled noticeably with pleasure. His gaze slid in the direction of the sage camp, and he thought that the transformation of the settlement into a real base would provide much more safety for everyone. Meanwhile, a light rustle was heard from the nearest bushes near the leopard. Leopin wished the boys good luck to leave the base before the night. In his hands, he clenched some ringing object, but quickly hid it in the inner pocket. Looking away, Leopin thought about whether or not he should get around the neighborhood. He may be lucky to come across something interesting. Hearing the mysterious noise on the other side, Leopin shook and turned his head to the other side. Interested, he decided to investigate what caused this unusual sound. Hiding in the shade of thick bushes, Leopin indifferently watched a girl with golden hair, who skillfully held a bow with arrows. She persistently honed her firing skills. Looking closer, Leopin noted how she drank the bowstring, tensely complete in her target, getting ready to release the arrow. On the top of the tree, a small bird was hidden, cautiously looking around. The girl's fair-haired girl, quietly approaching, pulled the bowstrings, aiming at the feathered target. Leopin watched her movements with surprise, noticing that her clothes were strange details and looked somehow unusual. Slowly swimming across the sky, the clouds rejected the shadows to the ground. Leopin frozen, not looking at the girl. He thought, her outfit, an oriental traditional costume known as kanzashi and hakama, was not easy. Meanwhile, the girl pulled the bowstring so powerfully that she sang with a tense sound. The girl released the tight bowstring, and the arrow immediately broke from the bow, heading to the branch, which just resting the bird. However, the bird opened the wings in time and flew up quickly, so the arrow walked past without touching it. A flock of winged movements cut the blue of the sky, and her singing was called a call. The girl's gaze involuntarily caught on the light figure of the birds, and she slowly lowered the bow down. In her eyes, a shadow of disappointment had, and plunging into the thoughts, she breathed heavily, not taking her gaze from heavenly creature. The girl lined her eyes, clenching his bow in her hands. She admitted with sadness in her voice that she gave herself to this case, but the attempt was in vain. It seemed that no movement would impress her. The preparation has failed. Meanwhile, Leopin followed her near the stairs. Leopin plunged into a reflection, turning his eyes and imaginary, scratching his chin. After a short pause, he confidently came out of the bushes, heading to the girl. However, as the leopard gained the spirit and moved towards, his paw suddenly confused in the branches, and the air filled the quiet rustle of leaves. Leopin stood behind the girl's back, spreading her hands wide to apologize for the worries caused. The girl with the bow wary turned, in surprise looking at him. The verse girl closed her eyes, and a gentle blush spilled on her cheeks. She convincingly assured Leopin that he should not apologize at all. He did not blame anything. Only her naivety and lack of experience are guilty of everything. Meanwhile, the bird was still circling in the sky near it and Leopard, as if watching their conversation. Leopard lifted her eyes and asked the girl whether she had ever been involved in hunting. She stopped in front of him and confessed. She intended to support the fortress builders in the spirit, but she had only had to shoot only for fixed purposes. Leopin was thinking thoughtfully, looking carefully at her. Thinking a few moments, the leopard suddenly sat down and ripped up the branch. With a cunning smile, the beast said, "They say." Now everything was clear, and asked the girl, asking if he could, to redeem his guilt, to help her. The girl leaned forward, illuminating her face with a friendly smile. She thanked Leopin, but sincerely confessed that she still did not quite understand how he was able to help her in this situation. Leopin grabbed a pointed stone and cleverly processed the end of the broken branch. Suddenly, the girl said, reporting that her stock of arrows had exhausted. Although the guy was focused on his business, he carefully caught his every word. "Leopin, glowing with a smile, Lively began to set fire to the edge of the branch. The girl covered her mouth with surprise and asked if he was a joiner. Leopin gently grabbed his fingers with a thin twig. Swinging one eye, the guy studied her carefully. In response to the girl's words, Leopin denied the clamp. She is wrong. He is not lazy, but only temporarily left out of work. The girl looked at Leopin in surprise, and on her cheeks she flashed a gentle blush. She delicately covered her mouth with her palm and coughing it. Then she noted that in such a situation it is quite clear why he may not know certain little things. Blind, she clenched the bow in her hands, insisting that Leopin had no idea. Arrows were made not just from a tree. They were worthless, without feathers. Taking his own bow to his own hand, the leopard finally sounded, confusedly acknowledged. He completely forgot about the feathers. The girl looked stunning at Leopin. Instantly he waves with one hand, and the other squeezes several thin branches. Leopard cleverly throws its weapon towards the bird. The leopard launches its weapon. It flies rapidly to the bird. The bird has time to notice the threat and grabs for a lifetime from horror. The next moment, it falls helplessly, loudly, and unusually shouting. The leopard rests calmly on the flask. The corner of the lips smiles and confidently lifts his eyes up. And the girl confusedly translates the look up, then down, not understanding what is happening. The leopard confidently squeezed in the paws, the feathers, and a piece of juicy meat of ordinary bird. He proudly inspects his trophies. The victory fire flashes in his eyes. Suddenly, a table with the detailed characteristics of the prey appears. The quality level is 3. Feathers can be a great material for making arrows, and meat can be nutritious and hearty food. The puzzled girl turned her gaze to the leopard. She was barely thinking. She immediately noticed how strange they failed to conquer this bird together, and the leopard had only one jerk to overcome it. On a smooth visor, tired of tall stems, tender meat and scattered bird feathers were visible. The girl, stunningly looking forward, could not hide the surprise. The leopard defeated the bird not with an arrow, but a cold weapon. The sounds of Leopin's work were heard around. Leopin was happy, reporting that all the preparations were completed. On a wide stone, arrows were neatly laid. When he studied their properties, he noticed that the quality increased up to level 18, and a special bonus guaranteed the unmatched accuracy of the shot. Leopin, rapidly looking at the arrows lying on the rough boulder, smiled happy. His own made weapons managed surprisingly strong and reliable. The girl was fascinated by the arrows that the leopard created, unable to look away from them. Leopin collected a good arrow and carefully put them in the girl's palm. Smiling warmly, he wondered if it would be enough for future hunting. The girl was gratitude to the arrows and sincerely thanked Leopin for his generous heart. The blonde squeezed firmly in her hands. A wave of excitement played on the cheeks. She is frozen for a while, as if fascinated, carefully examining the arrows. Having thought for a moment, she wanted to speak, but she failed to say a single word. Leopin, puzzled in her direction, showed a bow and wondered if he was originally. The girl only clung to the arrow, silently staring at her bow. Next to the roots of the tree rested the girl's bow. She shared the story that this weapon was made by a master of a completely different profession. Skillful artisans who can work with wood skillfully can actually be found infrequently. Leopin studied the edge of the bow intensively, carefully holding his fingers on its surface. Noticing a confident, stable girl's posture, he wondered. She may have already dealt with a different kind of bows. The girl directed her gaze forward, and Leopin noted that she apparently did with the Eastern Luke because she rushed to her eyes. The girl was a little surprised, but honestly confirmed his assumption. Leopin slowly lifted his bow, took his eyes away, and thoughtfully pronounced, expressed doubt. This would probably become a serious obstacle. The girl, lowering her hands, watched her carefully, not looking. She wondered what Leopin meant, and what he was going to do next. Leopin stood her back when the question sounded in her voice. He turned around and replied that he intended to make a bow, similar to the one that she once mastered the art of shooting. Leopin suddenly pulled a homemade weapon similar to an axe. Noticing this, the girl from surprise froze, unable to say a word. Armed with an axe, Leopin began to cut the tree with his own tools. Sitting near the fallen trunk, he clenched a small stone fragment in his palm, and his free hand carefully inspected the bark of the trunk, carefully examining it every centimeter. On the face of Leopin, a smile blossomed. Full of confidence, he approached the fallen tree, squeezing a pointed stone in his hand. A girl froze next. Stroke, she kept her breath and involuntarily covered his mouth. From surprise, then from admiration. The girl opened her mouth with surprise, noticing that the bends of Luke, who skillfully cuts Leopin, are amazingly similar to her own old bow, with whom she at one time practiced in training. Leopin waved his hands vigorously and began to say with a smile, "The Western bow has a vertical symmetry, while the Eastern nature is asymmetrical in nature. For those who are accustomed to the Eastern bow, the transition to the Western may seem difficult." Meanwhile, the Luke frame has become noticeable. Leopard confidently pulled the bowstring on a fresh meadow. As soon as he felt in his hands this perfect tool, a joyful smile appeared on his face, and he announced the completion of work. Right before the eyes of the leopard, the properties of a brand new wooden bow from Sinareg. Its quality reached the 46th level. To create these weapons, the master used strong lime wood. Leopin stretched the girl onion. She hugged herself with her hands, puzzled, and looked at an unexpected gift with interest. Behind, on the ground, layer arrows were made. The girl plunged into reflections. She soon put her hands in front of her and admired that this bow was a real work of art. His perfection impressed so much that even in her native land, not every master could create something like that. Leopin continued to keep the bow, proud of how much work he had to invest in his creation. But when the girl showed dissatisfaction, he was genuinely surprised. He did not expect such a reaction. Subsequently, the girl noted that she did not dare to take such a gorgeous gift from a man whom he barely knows, from Kotlyarov himself. However, Leopin hurried to reassure her. It is quite natural, because to create this bow was a genuine joy for him. Meanwhile, cloud flows floated slightly over the forests and mountains. Leopin, smiling, cast his gaze on the girl and announced that in particular he searched for her somewhat valuable. She looked carefully at him and then raised her hands in front of her. Leopin, with her eyes closed, barely smiled noticeably, inviting the girl to forget the past and try to start again. She agreed, and her cheeks were gently grazed with shyness. A tiny bird was stuck on the branch among the thick leaves. The girl stood nearby, squeezing the bow firmly and quite focused on the prey. A little distance, Leopard moved back, without drawing a close look from the feathered target. Leopin stopped behind the girl, who confidently took the bow with his own product. She turned her face to the sky, thinking for a moment, and caught on her lips a slight breath of the wind. Leopin did not look at her, carefully tracking each disturbance. The girl pulled the bowstring so tight that her hands and the bow barely trembled from tension. Leopin spread to her, covering his lips with his palm and whispering, "Above all, take a deep breath." After that, he advised to focus thoughts and reassure the mind before hunting. The girl lifted the bow and aim, still in surprise from his unexpected words. The girl closed her eyes for a moment, breathed slowly, and delved into her thoughts. Leopin stood quietly behind, with his arms folded, like a shadow. Having collected all her attention in one point, she firmly grabbed the onions and gradually pulled the bowstring. A few intense seconds passed. The girl opened her eyes and released the stretched bowstrings with a rapid movement. The girl continued firmly with her hands together, while the second hand froze in the air. The sharp crack suddenly cut the silence, rapidly rushing to its goal. The bird against which the arrow was aimed suddenly shook its wings and shouted. Leopin put his palm on his forehead, looking at the side where the arrow fell. His face was instantly illuminated by a wide smile, and he gladly announced that everything had passed the best. Leopin, standing with his relaxed hands, looked forward and confidently assured that the girl would definitely reach the desired. But he did not have time to finish his opinion. Suddenly fell silent, as if something suddenly distracted him. His gaze involuntarily slid down. Leopin notices the girl whom he recently killed a bow with arrows. She kneels in front of him, bowing so low that her forehead almost touches the ground, and the palms are firmly pressed to the head. Leopin wondered what exactly was absorbing the attention of this girl. But slowly lifting her gaze, she denied a little uncertainly. She is not called. In fact, she studies in 19th grade. Once her gaze slid towards Leopin, the cheeks instantly flashed. And Leopin, meanwhile, added that she asked him to become her mentor. Khoton was comfortable on her knees and monitored Leopin's every movement. Soon, gathering with thoughts, she confidently announced that she wanted to become his student. Leopin raised his arms upwards without hiding his surprise. They were in the midst of the forest around which trees and thick thickets were noisy. The face of Kathos flashed. With a decisive look, she firmly stated that Leopin was simply obliged to take her from her students. Leopin looked skeptical at the cat house, spreading his arms to the sides in a silent surprise. His impression was bordered by distrust. He could not understand what Catons to rejoice in the students with such stubbornness. Meanwhile, the Katoni himself sank to the ground calmly, meeting Leopin's gaze carefully, and silently expected his response. Kutin still remained on the ground, begging Leopin to accept her in the students. Leopin was confused by such a statement. He did not expect Kutin to turn to him as a teacher. Kathos cast her gaze on Leopin and immediately guessed. It was he who was aroking for her. One moment, assessing how she was holding a weapon, Leopin noted that she was created for her hand. At the same time, his vigilant vision captured a shadow of uncertainty, which flashed in her eyes when she was preparing to shoot. Leopin, with his hands crossed on his thighs, was surprised by the perseverance of the Kono. She decisively stated that she would not shift from his place until he accepted her under her defense as a student's mentor. A few trees stood behind the leopard, creating a bizarre silhouette in the rays of light. Leopin turned away, planting his hand thoughtfully. His gaze noted the strange behavior of Koton. Then he suddenly asked if he understood Kotona how difficult and responsible the path of the student is. For the first time, Katuni threw a passionate, burning look at Leopin, not taking her eyes or for a moment. In her brilliant eyes, the unwavering confidence and seriousness of the intentions were read. When he met with this look, Leopin immediately realized Cthulhu was configured unparable and steadfast. Leopina, smiling kindly, raised his hands as a sign of consent and stated that he would be happy to share his advice with the Kato. Just see her elephant. Kato, settling on the ground, watched him confusedly, not fully understanding what Leopin implies, promising to give her advice. Leopin lifted his finger and, barely smiling, threw the words on goodbye. Hearing the words of Leopin, the face of Katone blossomed with genuine joy. She realized with delight. If Leopin said it, hence he recognized her with his student. Listening to Koton, Leopin stopped in place and lowered his hands involuntarily. Confident began to assure that she had misunderstood him and put a completely different meaning in her words. However, Koton only sat on the cold ground without moving. Koton with a passion squeezed his fists and lifted them, strongly promising to do everything possible to not let Leopin. However, Leopin himself, watching her with notes of anxiety, mentally remarked that he was in mind. Clouds slid over the tops of trees. Koton has expressed his curiosity. What amount, according to Leopin, she will have to give every month for studying. Leopin reacted in surprise, asking her about this payment. Leopin raised his hand and, full of dignity, stressed that he did not need any rewards for his advice. With these words, he fell silent, plunging into deep reflections. Koton settled on the floor, watching Leopina with surprise, and then she wondered how to be with a fee for her studies. Leopin, standing opposite, thoughtfully rubbed the nape of the nape, as if trying to find the answer to this difficult question. Leopin smiled gently and suggested that if Kotna tried to find a common language with Monika and become friends with her. Kotni looked at Leopin with surprise. Living for a moment in reflections, he carefully suggested that it was probably about Monika from the second class. Leopin, falling opposite Kotni, nodded. Yes, it was this girl who meant. Sitting opposite Koton, Leopin smiled and noted that Manax were considered a prominent saint, so classmates communicate with her cautiously and a little removed. However, when it comes to people equal in status, Monika begins to get true pleasure from communication. Hearing this, Konoe looked at Leopin in surprise. Sleeping on one knee, Leopin threw his hand away and shone with a joyful smile. He is quite convinced that which will effortlessly find common ground with Monika and lead a free conversation. Koton, in front of him, caught carefully every word of Leopin. Kathona crossed her fingers, softly pressed them to the breast, and closing her eyes, frozen in a state of thoughtful silence. Leopin watched her carefully and wondered if everything was fine. Then Kathoy, having broken the pause, said quietly that she had never heard such words before, and it was he who was the first to tell her. Leopin, having heard this confession, suddenly stood up. Cotton noted that she was associated with a common fate. Some set them as an example, considering the true embodiment of holiness, while others try to sow enmity between them. Leopin stopped in front of Koton, causing her every word carefully. Leopin crossed his arms on his chest and turned away from Koton. After thinking, he looked at her again with some weight and sincerely admitted, to understand her for him, a real mystery. It seemed to him that if Kotono and Monaco, members of one family and seeking a common goal, they would have to unite strong harmony. At that moment, Koton looked at Leopina with her eyes wide open, and a barely noticeable blush blossomed on her face. Leopin spread his hands, assuring that he did not insist on an immediate conversation with Monika. He noted that they could discuss everything later when a free minute appeared. Koton covered her smile with her palm and nodded, making it clear that his words were quite clear to her. The sky above the forest and mountains was covered with white clouds, which was slowly floating in the height. Cathhouse answered Leopin, agreeing to meet him if he really wishes it. She already wanted to continue the dialogue, and she was stopped by a familiar voice that came to her. Cathon and Leopin returned to the side from where this call came from. Due to the spreading trunk of the majestic tree, a girl with black hair erupted. Her hands were protected by unusual armor. She sighed loudly, taking a breath, and hiding behind a tree could not hold back emotions. She exclaimed Leopin that he would better retreat, otherwise he would be overflowing. From the raised hill, the girl loudly and fiercely shouted at the guys who dreamed of forcing Lady Cathus to stand around. Cathus herself, sitting on the ground, listened to a cry, trying to see his cause. Meanwhile, Leopin turned away from her. Leopin looked at a girl who shouted something, and almost immediately guessed that she was a maid Koton. Near Katna himself confusedly sat on the ground, without tightening what is happening around. Behind their backs on the horizon of the dark, a thick forest, because of which the harsh, inaccessible mountain stood. A girl with black, like a knight. Her hair broke from the top, and leaving a dangerous risk, flew down on a steep slope. Her face frozen with horror, her eyes were panic. One hand squeezed a stick, which was blowing near the belt, and the other grabbed for a rock performance, looking for salvation. Leopin was not even going to approach this stranger, and did not want to do things with her. Leopin turned rapidly, squeezing his fists firmly, and lightning broke out of place. For a moment, he looked at his eyes. He threw a phrase after the art of shooting from the bow of Chthon. Nothing stood. Leopard, without delaying, disappeared from the field of view, and the Chthon remained sitting on the ground, seeing thoughtfully how the predator is moving away. Leopin did not slow down the course. He was constantly rushing forward until he finally admitted that the moment had come. He sincerely wished for his farewell in all her aspirations. Katona watched with enthusiasm how Leopin is moving away, mentally sending him a heartfelt wishes. Reaching the first or better tree, the leopard jumped skillfully and clung to the branch, being in the air. Cathos leaned on her feet without releasing his bow from her fingers. A black-haired girl, breathtaking, was in a hurry to her. She froze for a moment. With one hand, she firmly held a stick closed behind his belt. The brunette was walking a little ahead of the cat house, when she suddenly stopped, turned, and asked if all was well in Chthon and who was accompanying her. In response, Chthona gave the girl a friendly smile and cheerfully assured Tomo so she would not worry. Chthona, smiling fun and playfully sorting through the boughs of the bow, asked in the black-haired Tomo why she started all these preparations. Because all that was perfectly ordered. Tomo, when he heard it, looked at the Kato in surprise and did not hide her surprise. Tammy vigorously raised her hands and shouted indignantly that she did not understand anything in the words of the Kato. How could she go to the forest without taking her with her? Koton lifted the bow, spread her hands in front of her, and smiled flirtatiously, slightly shaking her eyes. She said carelessly that she just wants to hide several birds, so she helps guys from the base. Tomo otters from herd, and it really impressed him. Cathos, smiling at ease, led further. Although she hung only one bird, she won a much more valuable trophy. Tomo leaned to her in response, gently let her fingers under her chin and added, "If you think, okay?" Tomo thoughtfully rubbed his chin, watching Kotone carefully. In the end, she noticed that the girl's mood became a little cheerful. However, Tomo felt that the heavy darkness, which was still wrapping Koton, would not leave her for a long time. Kotone felt excitement when she lowered the bow. Suddenly a question came to her, which could turn everything upside down. Did she happen to her? Perhaps this was the reason for such a striking change in her mood. Kotone gently leaned against her leg and called Tama quietly. But for a moment she thought, trying to understand what her friend wanted from her. Trees and shrubs grew densely around them, framing the small stage. The Kitten bowed her head and closed her eyes, and her cheeks flashed with a bright blush. Finally, after overcoming the excitement, she confessed that today she met a man who was extremely liked. Hearing the words of Kotoni, Tomo was also embarrassed. She was overwhelmed by emotions, and she could not believe in what she heard. But suddenly, without holding back joy, Tomo spread her hands wide and had fun that it was just a stunning news. She was convinced that her father would also be delighted as soon as she knows. Tomoe lifted her finger, on which a neat protective backpack was adorned, and with a wicked smile she said that she realized who had fallen into the soul of Katone. This was the Weiss, the head of construction of a new base. Having pronounced these words, Tomo kept her breath, seeing interested in how the cat house reacts. Timoy had not yet had time to agree, as Konone suddenly broke her, as soon as the words of wisdom were heard as the main feature of a perfect partner. Clearing her eyes, which she firmly denied. Timoya is mistaken. In fact, she is told by her mind or insight, because her heart belongs to a completely different person. Toma did not hide the surprise. The reaction of Katone caught her by surprise, because she did not expect such an answer at all. The sky above the forest and mountain ranges was littered with smooth clouds. "Thou shaped in her own thoughts," Toma began, while Thomas plunged into his reflections, which was enthusiastically immersed in the warm memories of the moments held with Leopino. Before her imagination, paintings came out. How he carefully collected a bird feathers for arrows, skillfully sharpened the stone against a tree, and from these simple materials created a wonderful bow for her. Again and again, Katna remembered that piercing, lucky words, Leopino's gaze. He was silent, but seemed to be about to reveal something important. Tomo thoughtfully touched her chin, diving into exciting reflections. Is this person really belonging to the higher world? Meanwhile, Cathone, opening her eyes, already wanted to say something. But a sudden, unexpected event immediately knocked her out of the panther, interrupting in half a word. Suddenly, a leopard, which plays an edible mushroom, emerges near the girls. The beast throws it up with its smart paws. Cottony turns, a smile shines in her eyes, and she cheerfully points out that Leopin is a true virtuoso, without even having any specialty. Tamoe, with interest and surprise, looks at Leopin. The day passed peacefully, and the forest plunged into a thoughtful silence. The trees, along with the bushes, confidently braided the slope with their roots, holding on to the wet earth. Leopin moved sheerly between the trunks, smiled with hope, and carefully hid something in the inner pocket. He reflected deeply in his soul. He would never think that in this place he would meet a person like Catan. Leopin stopped suddenly. His gaze slid deep into the grass. Something was surprised there. He looked around, feeling the invisible presence. Carefully shining to the thickets behind, Leofman gently slid a branch, full of hope to find a source of his interest. Leopin watched the earth with delight, not believing his own eyes. An extraordinary amount of onion was greenly green. Suddenly, a plate with the detailed characteristics of this plant arose. It turned out that its quality reached the second level. Onions had a wide range of use, both for medicinal purposes and in culinary works. The discoverer sat down, carefully removed one bulb from the ground, and lifted it until other sprouts were green. Stroking his chin, he said with confidence that this plant grew somewhere in the eastern lands. Leopin carefully held the onion stem in his hands, and a sincere smile blossomed on his face. Overwhelmed with joyful surprise, he noted that this unexpected find is very appropriate, because he was about to prepare a dish with onions. Inspirited, Leopin moved in the opposite direction, heading to the newly consolidated base. Leopin approached a large stone boulder. On its smooth surface were already peeled and neatly cut mushrooms with onions. A sharpened stone plate was visible nearby. Taking a wand, Leopin looked carefully at all sides, making sure that she would be useful. Leopin clamped a thin wand in his fingers, and his other hand stringed pieces of food on her. From time to time, he involuntarily licked his lips, working concentrated. When the string was completed, Leopin stretched the wand over a shallow hole and quickly lit a campfire. Next to a small flame lay a small bag of salt. Leopin stood with his arms crossed on his chest near the furnace, watching the flames carefully. In the upper part, a hole was visible where something was cooked. Looking at this, he did not restrain himself, and confessed that he was nostalgic for those days when he worked at the bar and helped there. Leopin, with her eyes closed and a slight smile on his face, said that then the drinks were handed out at the bar. The smoke that bubbled from the stove gently overtook the figure of the leopard, and behind his back was a fence, behind which a thick forest stretched. Overlay his gaze on the dishes, Leopin noted that everything seems to be ready. Leopin took one of the sticks for food and, full of enthusiasm, solemnly declared a dish named Nagima. Almost immediately, a screen with the detailed characteristics of this dish appeared. Nagima was preparing from poultry meat. Its quality reached a perfect level of 10, and it is also able to alleviate the symptoms of colds. Leopin squeezed firmly in his hand with a single eating wand, without bringing his eyes off the appetizing dish. His cheeks flooded with a blush, and a hot steam was rudged above the plate, which rose up thin streams. Leopin lifted his wand to his lips, solemnly notifying everyone that lunch was coming. Carefully picking up the first piece, he tasted it. The dish was steaming, filling the air with a poppy aroma. And as soon as the piece was in the leopard's mouth, a bright light of pleasure broke out in his eyes. The leopard tilted his head slightly, chewing his dish quietly. Leopold pierced a light cold. The skin ran over the skin. He clenched one hand into his fist, while the other confidently held a stick for food. Suddenly, Leopard has exclaimed that meat is a real perfection. Leopin's cheeks flashed with a joyful blush, and he continued his wand in his hand. Leopin stood near the plate. One hand eaten the last pieces of the stick, and the other already stretched out the next one that waited for him on the stove. It was quite impressed with the exquisite taste of the dish. The green onion was at the same time tender and was pleasantly crunching on the teeth. Everywhere around the scattered sticks, which Leopin had just prepared his dish on fire. He sat straight on the ground, spreading out and tiredly spreading his legs. With one hand, as if grabbing for his last hope, he still kept in life and pressed the other with the other, looking for supports. Leopin noticed that he had been concealed with complete harmony and a sense of deep pleasure. Leopin soon straightened and noted that it was time to put my way in the house. He stopped in front of the stove, and the remains of unused food were visible on the table. Grasping on the onion bud, Leopin thoughtfully stopped his gaze, plunging into reflections. Leopin still squeezed fresh onion roots in his hand. Considering them, he remembered the interesting story that the bartender once told him, in those ancient times. Behind the mighty figure of the leopard climbed up a high fence. Leopin took the onion root and looked intently. In memory, the words of the bar manager came. If you place the onion roots in the water, young sprouts will certainly appear again. Leopin smiled widely when he suddenly came to his brilliant illumination. Standing at the table, he wiped his face with one hand, and the other confidently kept a bundle of onion. At that moment, Leopin decided that he would certainly try to grow onions in this way. Leopin, full of joy, crossed his hands on his chest and exclaimed enthusiastically, "If he manages to grow onions, he will be able to eat it. You just need to find a bet." Behind his back, the fence stood, and then stretched the forest, behind which the majestic mountains were rising. Jumping, Leopin solemnly lifted his hand up and announced, "It is time to go in search of the perfect land for planting onions." Meanwhile, heavy clouds floated slowly over the roof of his home, wrapping the sky with a bluish blanket.